who's speaking on which day. That'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, we will do that and send it through to you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or updates?
No, ma'am.
Either main party? No. Okay. On that note then, Mr. Feltham, are you ready to continue?
Yes, also I'm just getting the.
Have you got all your documents up that you need? Oh, we've lost him. The main witness.
I believe, madam, that's because someone else has just become the host. Not sure.
Ah.
I do just
looks like Ms. Hogan at this end.
Oh, he's back.
He's now hosting us again now. I don't think Ms. Hogan was attempting to give evidence, but I'll just
fine. Yeah, you can hear me, yeah.
Yes.
See you, Mr. Feltham.
Yes. Okay. Right.
Just compose yourself. Make sure you're ready, Mr. Feltham. So are you okay now?
I'm fine, yeah, thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Linus, then, please, if you want to continue with your cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next heading is play space, please, Mr. Feltham. And again, hopefully we can agree this without going to Mr. Price's document, but we know from his proof that he has worked off a total play space requirement of 1285 and a total amenity space requirement of 5409. Do you recall those figures from yesterday?
Yes, absolutely.
Very much. Now, that just sets the scene. So the first little subheading under the main heading is overall approach to policy, please. And just to see how the policy works, can we take out the London plan, first of all, please, CD53, and turn to policy D6, which is internal page 125 and the PDF page 118.
That's me.
Right, that should be correct. Now, do you have that, Mr. Feltham?
Yes, I do, thanks.
Yeah, there was some awful feedback then, so I hope that it's not going to cause an issue again.
So we've corrected that. There is a speaker on here, apart from the main ones.
That's why. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Feltham, private outside space heading there under D6 at the end of the policy. Where there are no higher local standards in the borough development plan documents, a minimum of 5 square metres of private outdoor space should be provided, with an extra 1 square metre for each occupant. So as you, I think, confirmed yesterday, that applies to private outdoor space only, correct?
The crucial thing here is that there's no higher local standards. So these figures for private outside space,
yes,
aren't relevant here because Kingston has higher.
Yes, but this deference to local policy relates to private outdoor space only, doesn't it? A simple question.
Okay, private outdoor space.
Yeah.
That's
what the policy says, isn't it?
It is related to private outside space, yes.
Yes, okay. So the policy there does not apply to communal space, does it?
Well, as I've explained earlier, the communal space that's provided here is in large part to replace any private space that should have been provided in relation to each unit. So,
Mr. Felton, sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you just stick to my question? I'm asking you about this policy, not what the overall approach to this scheme is. This policy applies to private open space and not communal space because there aren't any local plan standards for communal space. That's right, isn't it?
On any local plans?
London plan, Mr. Felton, that's why I'm asking the question. There aren't London plan standards for communal space, are there?
No, so this talks about private outdoor space.
And again, just to get a feel for what the policy is telling us, if one goes on to policy S4, which is page 227 internally and 242 on the PDF. This is play and informal recreation, policy S4, and under B, there the requirement is for residential development incorporate good quality accessible play provision for all ages, and then at least 10 square meters of play space should be provided per child. You see that, and that's where the calculation on play space is drawn from, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Right, so that's what the London plan is doing. Can we take out the core strategy, please, CD54? Just by way of introduction, we know this was adopted in April 2012, correct?
Yes.
And within it, policy DM10 on internal page 135, and the PDF should be 143.
Yep.
Basic policy requirements is under criterion H, ensure adequate private and/or communal amenity space. See that? Yes. And under DM13, a number of pages on, page 149 internally and 157 PDF. Under DM13, housing quality and mix. Criterion A, including the provision of appropriate amenity space and play space provision. See that? Yep. Okay, so those are the broad policy tests. It refers then at paragraph 6.72 on page 137 internally. Paragraph 6.72 cross refers to the SPD. You see that? Yep. Yeah. We need to go to CD 516, please. We can put the core strategy to one side for a moment. And if we take out CD 516,
yeah, I have that.
Now this version is from November 13, as I understand it. Is that right?
That's right. Yes.
13, correct. We know that predates the current London plan by several years, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Very much. And if we go to the policy guidance in it, PDF page 42, I think, policy guidance 13. Internal page 41.
Yeah, I have that.
There we have the 10 square meters per dwelling plus 1 square meter per occupant. And then policy guidance 14, communal amenity space. And we've looked at this before. You provide the communal amenity space in addition to the private amenity space standard set out above, but you can bring forward any shortfall in provision just in the private space. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. As I understand, there aren't any separate standards for play space in particular within the core strategy or this SPD in particular. That's right, isn't it?
That's right. Yes, yes. It relies on the London plan.
Thank you very much. So there's no separate or additional provision for play space made in the SPD, correct?
Yes, this is solely concerns itself with amenity space.
Very much. So just drawing this together, it's right then, isn't it, Mr. Felton, that when the core strategy and the SPD was prepared, it imposed private and communal amenity standards that didn't anticipate or acknowledge discrete requirements being placed on developers for play space under the London plan. That's right, isn't it?
No, I think this is solely for amenity space. The play space is a separate addition. These are separate policies.
Yes, but can you answer my question? At the time when this SPD was prepared, it didn't anticipate or acknowledge that the London plan would be making discrete requirements for play space, did it?
I think it must have done. The private space is 10 square meters or so for each space. The communal space is 50 square meters. So if we had no change, not moving the private into communal space, we would only have 50 square meters, which for say a development of this size, for 500 units, 50 square meters of space, which you're suggesting would then be for play space and communal amenity space would be.
I'm asking what the SPD was anticipating. There's nothing in the SPD.
Yeah, I think it would be anticipating there would be additional play space.
There's nothing in the SPD which suggests that it was making any assumptions or it was acknowledging that developers were going to have to provide play space under London Plan being adopted several years later. That's right, isn't it?
No, I don't agree with that. No.
Okay, well, where in the SPD is there any recognition that developers were going to later under the London Plan 2021 have to be imposed as separate and additional play space requirements?
I don't think it's dealt with as a separate policy. So this deals with amenity space. The other policies deal with play space.
Yes, but there's nothing in this document which says or anticipates that when setting out the private and communal amenity standards that developers have to meet, that there are going to be discrete requirements that have to be met for play space under the London Plan several years later. That must be right, Mr. Felton.
I don't think we can assume that from this.
Well, we can't assume from this that the SPD acknowledged or anticipated play space requirements that emerged in the London Plan several years later, can we?
I think my recollection of what the residential design SPD talks about, it doesn't concern itself with play space. So I think play space is hardly mentioned in this document.
Well, I think, well, in some ways, that's the point, Mr. Felton. That there's nothing to suggest that when these requirements for private and communal amenity standard were imposed, that there was any recognition of play space requirements that emerged in a London Plan several years later. That's a simple point, isn't it?
But I don't think we can then assume that what you're suggesting is that the communal amenity space would include the play space. That's a separate issue.
Well, no, I'm going to come on to that, but can you just ask my specific question? Ask one more time. There's nothing in the SPD to suggest that the requirement for private and communal amenity standards anticipated or acknowledged discrete requirements for play space that emerged in the London Plan several years later. There's nothing in the SPD to indicate that, is there?
I don't think there's anything that does talk about.
Okay,
that.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, let's move on to the next subheading, please. Multifunctionality. Can we take out the Mayor's Play and Informal Recreation SPG, please, CD 519? This is from September 2012. If one turns to PDF page 9, it's Roman numeral page 7, please. And here is a plan showing multifunctional space. Do you have that?
Yes, I do. I did.
So we have dedicated play space, formal and informal, as well as incidental play space. and we have multifunctional space as a broader circle. Do you see that?
Multifunctional space, yes, broader, yeah.
And if you look over on page 6, there's some various definitions applied. Multifunctional space is a shared public space or communal space which offers a range of leisure and recreational opportunities. And then incidental playable space is a public space where recreational features such as landscaping or high quality public art make it playable. So it's right, isn't it, Mr. Feltham, that the document here, when referring to multifunctional space, plainly anticipates that formal and informal play space can be located within wider spaces, including communal?
Yes, I mean, I think there can be that. I think the crucial thing is that we get the amount, the total amount, and then that can be divided up as long as we have 1285 square meters of play space amongst the provision.
Yes, exactly. I think that's the point. That if you hit the play space figure, it's acceptable to do that within wider provision of communal space. That's right, isn't it? That's what this is telling us.
But what you can't do is to double count space to be both amenity space and play space.
Well, that's why it's called multifunctional, Mr. Feltham. That's the whole point.
Yes, but it does. I don't believe that it therefore reduces the amount that is required.
But let's just follow through what the implications of this reference to multifunctionality mean. As you've accepted, this reference to multifunctional space includes shared public space or communal space. So Roman numeral 7 is accepting that you can provide your dedicated play space, as you said, within a wider multifunctional space. That's right, isn't it?
You can provide it within, but I think the crucial thing is that what that doesn't allow you to do is to then reduce the amount of communal amenity space and play space.
We're not reducing it. This is the point of multifunctionality, Mr. Feltham. The clear implication of the policy is that you can provide your play space within a wider area of communal space, both of which count to the same area. That's why it's called multifunctional space.
No, I don't. On that point, I don't agree that allows us to effectively reduce down. It's fine to. I mean, this talks about having some formal play space, some informal, and yes, some incidental play space.
All sitting within multifunctional space.
Within multifunctional space, but that doesn't then allow you to say, well, we're going to make this space less. The thing to remember on the communal amenity space is that this is instead of people's private amenity space, which can't be provided because of the constraints on Tolworth Tower. So what we're not saying is we have 1,285 square meters, where children and adults may be. We need that. There can be some spaces where there's a crossover. We need the total space to be 6,600, which is agreed in the statement of common ground.
Yes, but as you said, Mr. Feltham, this reference to multifunctionality and crossover, as you put it, that doesn't. If you're going to apply that concept properly, that doesn't mean that you then have an allowance for play space and then somehow reduce the contribution of that space as part of the communal provision. If it's multifunctional, you count them for both.
No, I mean, I think the intention is that we don't have. It doesn't have all to be swings and roundabouts. It can be sort of play on the way kind of spaces and features which make the overall environment more playable, but that doesn't mean that then we allow that to compensate to mean we can then have less communal amenity space.
Well, let's just look at what the SPG says elsewhere. Can we just turn to page 30 internally, please? Page 3.24. That's PDF page 40. 3-4 in London, where space is a particular premium, public space, streets, pavements have the potential to be treated as incidental places for play. Creation of incidental playable space is dependent on the creative use of the public realm to provide enjoyment and discovery for children and young people. Creation of landscaping, high quality public art. These spaces can, with good design, be multifunctional, offering a range of recreational opportunities for users of all ages. Just one comment, just collect a few references, please. Move on then, please, to 3.36. On internal page 39, PDF 46. Young people often enjoy being near activities or simply watching the world go by. Sensitivity is required in judging how the best possible balance to be struck between providing specifically for young people and the other ensuring they're seen as legitimate presence in shared public and communal space. You see that?
Yeah, both of these.
Sorry, I have asked my question, yes. And then move on to 67, please, paragraph 4.51. So many boroughs may wish to consider the approach of creating outdoor space for everyone. Starting point is understanding different age ranges will in practice want to and use the same space in practice separate at different times of the day. Share the same space at the same time as a matter of course. Bear with me while I collect the final reference. Okay, I mean, these references, Mr. Feltham, indicate that what the SPG is contemplating, that you can have play space that is provided within a wider multifunctional area that also includes communal space.
I think most of these references are talking about situations where we've got public areas. Now we're talking about London generally. You know, yes, there may be play features within a public square. Yeah, that's which is fine, and yes, various people will be using those. This is slightly different. We're talking here about the communal amenity space, which is to replicate people's private amenity space and also separately to provide play space.
Well, just be clear, then the reference at 336 talked about them being a legitimate presence in shared communal space as well as public space. So the concept clearly applies, and I've taken you the earlier reference, it applies to communal space as well as public space under the guidance, doesn't it?
Just reading that.
336 on page 39.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. I mean, this isn't saying that it isn't saying that there can't be some crossover in certain places, but that doesn't reduce the amount that's required.
So I'm just looking at the logic of that approach. If it's right that there can be crossover, why do you then knock off that space as contributing to your communal space if crossover is a legitimate concept that's being applied? It's just completely illogical, Mr. Feltham. Once you've accepted that crossover is a legitimate approach, there's no logical justification for excluding that space from a communal space requirement calculation, is there?
Yes, because we are looking to get a certain quantum of amenity space and play space. It is then effectively a design issue how that's designed across the communal amenity space. On the scheme, we have some areas which are very clearly solely for play. There are some areas which are perhaps more of a crossover. There's some areas where it may be expected that there wouldn't be that much interest for children, and therefore you have.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Feltham. I understand that you have to look at what's done on a site, but I'm just asking you about the principle here. You've accepted the concept of crossover is anticipated in the SPG. If the concept of crossover is accepted, it's illogical to then, when applying the figures, to assume that you can't have crossover at all by excluding it from the communal space calculations. That just doesn't work logically, does it?
No, I think the point is that it can be designed in a way that and it can be designed in a way that has both functions, but that doesn't mean that we get less of that. If we've got that, then we're expecting both to use it, and it should be larger than trying to cut out 1,000 square meters or whatever.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to label this, Mr. Feltham. If you apply your approach, you're effectively rejecting the crossover point, because you're requiring communal space to be provided by way of calculation in addition to the play space. So on the one hand, you're accepting the crossover approach, but when applying the calculations, you're rejecting it. It just isn't logical, Mr. Feltham, is it?
No. What's the approach is that we get the amount of communal amenity space, 5,409 square meters in this case. We add the play space, 1,285. We get a total of 6,600 and something. Now, that
assumes no crossover, Mr. Feltham.
Sorry.
That approach assumes no crossover.
No, but then we can design the space. Now, the only requirement there is that we have at least 1,285 square meters of play space. Now, some of that can be more informal space. Some of it will be more formal, but that doesn't then take away what's from that total that we've got. We've agreed this in the statement of common ground. So it's then a question of how we design that space, and your team have come up with an approach to design that space, but it doesn't then mean that we can reduce that amount of space.
I'm not going to ask that question again. I've asked it a few times now, and we can move on. As I understand it, though I don't think you dispute that if you take Mr. Price's approach, that we could meet, or we would meet, the total play space requirement on the London plan. Within his landscape plan? Yeah, page 18 of his proof, paragraph 6.37 has table 3 under it, where he shows what the total play space provision is.
I don't have that open, but maybe I should. Which number is his?
I think he's CD95 if you're looking for the core document number, but it's page 18 of the proof.
Yes, okay, yeah.
Very much. Again, I just want to be understand where we are, so that can I ask Mr. Price to comment. I'm not sure what the position is, but can you just confirm we don't understand you to dispute that we would meet the total play space requirement under the plan? That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the 1,285 square meters can be provided within this.
And then really the difference between us is on sort of overlap. I know you've got some other points which I'll ask Mr. Price to comment on, in the sense you're some of these amenity space areas that you don't count. I'm not going to ask you about those. I'll ask Mr. Price to deal with. But if one takes Mr. Price's figures here, the real difference between us is on the overlap. We've allowed for what you've called the crossover, whereas you say we shouldn't. That's right, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Okay. So if following the questions that I've been putting to you, and I'll return to in submission, the inspector accepts the principle of the crossover that we've been discussing, then it would follow on Mr. Price's figures that we would provide an adequate level of amenity space provision. You can underline the if as far as the crossover issue is concerned, but if the inspector accepts our approach on that, then we'd be providing adequate play space provision.
Yes, I'm not concerned with the amount of play space in itself.
Okay, all right, thanks very much. Let's just do next subheading, please, with some contextual approach and policy. If we go back, please, to the SPD, CD 515. Sorry, 516. And we go back to policy guidance 13, please. It's on page 41 internally. PDF 42, I think. One can see there that you need to provide the amenity space under that policy guidance, unless it can be demonstrated this would be at odds with the prevailing physical context and local character of development, e.g. town centre locations. So where it would be at odds to provide the full space because of the prevailing physical context, those considerations are also relevant to whether or not policy is complied with. That's right, isn't it?
Sorry, you're saying that where you're saying that where the particular prevailing physical context, local character, that could affect how we apply the standards. Is that
yes?
So?
Yes.
It could do. I mean, it does say that it could do. Yes.
So where the prevailing physical context means that it would not be appropriate to provide the full amount of amenity space provision here, one would still comply with policy, even at provision below the calculated standards. Correct?
It's a judgment.
Sorry, can you answer my question, please, Mr. Felton? If the prevailing physical context meant that you couldn't provide amenity space up to the calculated requirement, that would still mean you were providing adequate and appropriate amenity space for the purposes of the policy. That's right, isn't it?
It wouldn't necessarily be that you are, but
well, that's what the
it could do.
Saying. Well, I mean, let's just say you apply this test, Mr. Felton. Let's assume that the prevailing physical context shows that the full provision of standards would be at odds with that physical context. If that is the judgment, the provision of amenity space would be in accordance with policy because the prevailing context justified you providing below standards. That's right, isn't it?
So if you could demonstrate that it would be at odds with the prevailing physical context,
yes,
and we accepted that,
yes,
then it could be, yes.
Well, it would be.
Yes, it would be if you could, yes.
Right. I think we're taking a long time to get the relatively simple positions, Mr. Felton, but thank you. Okay, and that is a position that applies generally to the provision of amenity space as far as the council is concerned. It's a relevant consideration whether you should apply standards strictly as far as the overall amenity space provision is concerned, isn't it?
Well, we obviously we set out our calculation. That's what we expect to be provided, and obviously it's a calculation based on the amount of units leading into the amount of space. Yes.
And again, the Surrey House case, the document that I put in yesterday, I hope you've had a chance to look at it. Can we take that out, please? The Surrey House Committee report.
The whole one. Yeah.
No, I only put in a page or 2 pages. Yeah.
Okay. Let me.
Paragraph 140. Do you have that?
No, sorry, I don't have. I'm sure I do have it. I'm just trying to find. It would be in an email that was sent to me. I can't immediately lay my hands on that.
I'm now told it's core document 758. 75A, sorry.
My list doesn't include 75A. Oh, but it's no, it's just got the appeal decision. 75.
In the interest of making progress, Mr. Feltham, obviously, if we want to have the document in front of you, you obviously should do that. But can I read out the relevant paragraph of the report? And if you still think you need to look at the document, by all means say so.
Yeah, fine.
The report in that case says that the outdoor amenity space would comprise a combination of private balconies and communal garden space. The usable communal amenity space would be located on the 1st and 9th floors, amounts to an area of 1,300 square metres. In total, the private outdoor amenity space policy requirement would be 3,255. This level of provision has not been proposed, but then they go on to say offers consider it would be difficult to do so in a central location, and the shortfall is partially mitigated by the 139 square metre indoor amenity space provision, including a lounge, gym, games room, etc., and the site's proximity to the Fairfield Park, okay, which has capacity to accommodate additional users. So again, I recognise entirely that's a different case, but I'm looking at the principle here that when looking at the combination of private and communal amenity space, the council accepts, doesn't it, that one has to have regard to the difficulties in making that level of provision, given the physical context of the site, and that reflects policy guidance 13, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think the difference here, and
I know. I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Feltham. I know the difference. I'm asking you about the principle of the approach that's taken by the council. In principle, the council is prepared to find that proposals can still comply with amenity space policy relating to amenity space, where provision below the calculated standards is justified by, in that case, the central location of development consistent with policy guidance 13. That's right, isn't it?
I don't think we would say that it would comply with the policy. I think we would look at that shortfall, and that would be something to.
Well, look at paragraph. I'll read you paragraph 141 of the report, just to confirm the position. It says, given the material considerations set out above, the proposal would generally comply with policy that's referenced there and policy DM10 of LDF Core Strategy 2012. So what the council was doing was acknowledging that there were constraints related to the wider area, and it found at paragraph 141 that nonetheless the scheme complied with policy DM10, didn't it?
That's what that report said. Obviously, we have to look at each case.
Yes, well, of course, but I'm asking you about the approach to policy, Mr. Feltham. It's quite clear, isn't it, from policy guidance 13, that where the physical prevailing context means that it would be at odds with that to provide amenity space, that provision would still be in accordance with policy. even though you're not meeting the standards?
If it could be demonstrated, I mean, I think the if we're looking at policy guidance 13, that it doesn't make any mention that we can provide some of this space indoors.
Well, I'm going to. That's a separate point, Mr. Felton. Please, can we just stick on the principle that I'm asking you about?
But I thought you were saying
it's clear from that committee report that where the prevailing physical context justifies it, provision below the calculated standards would be regarded as being in complying with policy in the core strategy. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, because that's basically saying what policy guidance 13 is saying. Yeah.
Right. Now, the indoor space, I'm going to come on to that shortly, but whilst we've got the Surrey House decision there, again, recognise it's a different case, but the view that was reached there is that the shortfall would be partially mitigated by the indoor amenity space provision. Now, whether or not one includes that as part of the calculation itself clearly indicates, doesn't it, Mr. Felton, that when reaching an overall judgment, that the use of internal space can mitigate a calculated shortfall in the outdoor provision?
That isn't necessarily the approach that I would take.
But, can we at least agree that was the approach that was taken in the Surrey House case?
That was, yes, it was.
Right. Now, I'm going to come back to internal space in another context in a few moments. But when one's applying this policy approach here, again, factors we can hopefully agree for the inspector to take into account. Part of the context here is that we're operating within a district centre, correct?
We are, yeah.
Thank you very much. Where, in general terms, as the policy guidance 13 anticipates, sites are likely to be more constrained, correct?
Well, they could be. They could be.
Well, this district centre is a town centre, as mentioned in policy guidance 13, isn't it?
Well, it's a district centre. I guess it's I'm not sure how that relates to being a town centre, but
I'm sorry. Let's go back to the residential SPG then. Let's go back to CD 516.
Oh yeah, I'm on that.
13. The prevailing physical context and local character of development, e.g. town centre locations. Clearly what policy guidance 13 is anticipating is that where you have a built-up urban location, such as a town centre, sites are likely to be more constrained. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yes,
I think, yeah.
Yes, and the same point applies to a district centre, where the general proposition that sites are likely to be more constrained similarly applies, doesn't it?
Well, this doesn't say that it's likely to. It says that unless it can be demonstrated, this will be at odds with the prevailing physical context and local character of development. For example, town centre locations. It doesn't say this will be the case in all town centre locations.
No,
but it could be.
Well, deal with my question that the underlying rationale for that is there is a general recognition that sites in denser urbanized locations, such as town centres, may find it more difficult to achieve the requirements. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, they may, yeah.
Here we have a district centre which in relative terms is in a denser, more urbanized location than other parts of the borough. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, and there are other considerations. Obviously, optimizing housing provision is one other factor under the policy which needs to be taken into account, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, and we know here, given the policy debate that we had yesterday, that this is a location where core strategy and other policy is seeking to focus higher density housing provision. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, we accept that this could be high, for high density housing. Yes.
As far as the site is concerned, the site, albeit it falls outside the red line boundary, we have here a district centre site, which includes an anchor store for the centre, in particular Marks and Spencer, correct?
The wider site does, yes. Yeah.
Yes, with an existing car park at ground floor level, which is an existing car park at ground floor level within M&S control, correct?
Yes, yeah.
And will be retained to support that anchor store as part of the district centre, correct?
Yes, it will, yeah.
Very much. And the council's never suggested that because of the particular architectural interest in Tower 1, it would be appropriate to provide amenity space in the form of balconies on that building, correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. And in fact, the council has supported the approach that's been taken for T1 as far as not providing balconies is concerned, to preserve what you describe as an interesting, striking and beautiful building. That's right,
Yes,
isn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
And again, that too is part of the site constraints that you must take into account when deciding whether it's appropriate to require the full extent of provision. All these factors are relevant, aren't they?
Yes, yes, they are. Yeah.
And no part of your evidence, Mr. Feltham, even attempts to address these considerations, does it?
In terms of the amount of space that can be provided.
No, these contextual considerations, which justify providing amenity space below the calculated standards.
But I think
none of this is considered in your evidence.
Yes, it is. So if we take the example of the Surrey House, we talk about the Fairfield Park being.
No, I'm talking about your written evidence, Mr. Feltham. Nothing in your written evidence indicates that you gave any consideration to the relevance of constraints, the physical prevailing context, which is relevant to the application of policy.
I did consider those constraints, but yeah.
Okay, let's move on, please. Internal space, very briefly. Can we look at the play and informal recreation SPG from the Mayor, please? CD 519. And go to PDF page 30, please, internal page 20. Sorry, I got the wrong reference. Hold on a second. CD 519, PDF 30, page 20, paragraph 3.8, please.
Paragraph 3.8.
Yep.
Starts in new developments.
Yep. Ends saying indoor space can also have a role in providing sufficient play space for not to 5-year-olds. You see that?
Yes.
And if one goes over to PDF page 31, main page, internal page 21, implementation point 2, the use of roofs, terraces, and indoor space can be an alternative to ground floor open space. See that? And then if one moves on to PDF 73, page 63 of the document, internal page 63. We have 441, the fourth bullet point, provision of multifunctional space that can be used by all ages and other spaces such as roof terrace or indoor spaces where these are safe, convenient and accessible. Okay, and what is the potential for flexible use of spaces to meet the needs of all age groups? You see that? Okay, so again,
sorry, I didn't quite see that actually. Oh yeah, okay, at the end of 4.41.
4.41, yeah. So again, in principle, there's nothing in the SPG which suggests you should not, or you should preclude indoor spaces from being counted towards younger play space provision. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you could include some, I think,
Yeah.
yes.
So again, we can look at Mr. Price's evidence if we need to. We can ask him to comment on it. You'll be aware that we've got formal play space at the southern end of the amenity space provision next to some internal space that has been identified by Mr. Price as well. That's right, isn't it? Do we need to get that out? We can happy to accept that.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so it's in the landscape plan that's appended to his evidence. For your note, ma'am, 2B is the formal play space and 2D has some internal space. So again, you accept that it's appropriate to count some internal space for younger children within the overall calculation, Mr. Feltham?
Well, that isn't clear that it should be included within the overall calculation. It says that can be provided, but it doesn't. So I suppose we're talking specifically about play space here.
Yes.
So yes, I suppose some of that play space could be internal.
Yes, well, Mr. Price has allowed for that as internal play space for 0 to 4 years, which is entirely consistent with the SPG, isn't it?
Yes, I think in terms of play space,
Thanks very much.
that could count. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, let's just bear with me. So, in the interest of time, if I can cut this shorter, bear with me, please. Right, I did have some questions on other public spaces and other areas, but I think in the interest of time, I'm going to ask Mr. Price to cover those. Mr. Feltham, we have a lot to get through, and I'm content to move on from play space in that context, please. Urban greening, very briefly, please. Perhaps we can take this as shortly as possible without going to further policy documents. The urban greening issue derives from policy G5 in the London Plan, correct?
Yes.
And the policy requires boroughs to develop their own greening factor, correct?
I can't remember precisely what it says, but certainly I think it says that if there is no other standard, then we should use the London Plan.
Yes, it's based on an interim recommendation, correct?
Yes,
recommendation. Where boroughs haven't done their own work to do that, that's right, isn't it?
When, sorry, what?
When boroughs haven't done their own work to develop an urban greening factor, that's right, isn't it?
Then we use the London Plan.
Yes. And I think it's quite, the council hasn't done that work yet for its own purposes, has it?
No, the council hasn't done that work.
Okay, so this is a policy developed by the Strategic Planning Authority, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And in that context, it's an important consideration that the Strategic Planning Authority responsible for the policy and the recommendation is content with the scheme in urban greening grounds, isn't it?
The GLA have accepted that.
Yes, well, can you answer my question? It's an important consideration that the Strategic Planning Authority responsible for the policy and the recommendation is content with this scheme in urban greening terms.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I think just to be clear what your position is, we can move on. And your proof, I think you're presumably quite carefully have said in your proof this is a negative feature of the scheme, but I don't take it from anything in your evidence to suggest even on your analysis this is a reason on its own to justify refusal, is it?
Well, yes, it is. Yeah.
So you've just treated it as a negative feature in your proof.
We refused it for this reason.
Right. Okay. So you've refused it. We have your answer on the position strategic planning authority. I mean, in your proof, you refer to this question of structural limitations. I can ask again, Mr. Taylor, to pick this up in more detail. But can we just take out, just to introduce the point, please, CD 116. Which is the structural condition report.
Yeah.
And it's Appendix D within that document.
I have that split into 4, so I'm wondering which one that is.
Bear with me. It might be PDF page 95 within the 4th one. Let's have a look.
Which appendix did you say was?
Appendix D.
D or B?
Yes, D.
D. Yeah. I'll have Appendix D.
Bear with me. I'll find it. I've got the paper version in front of me, so I'm just finding page 92. Just bear with me. I'm sorry, Mr. Feldman, to check this. Yes, it's part 4, starting on PDF. My PDF, page 93. It might be 92 on others. Do you have that, ma'am? Do you have that?
I do, yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So this is Appendix D, the landscape community debt. And if we look under Section 2, strategy, it says a review of the existing structural drawings has been carried out. Existing structure comprises 2 to 3 stories of RC columns supporting RC waffle slabs. Existing drawings indicate quantity of reinforcement design of the columns, meaning that the capacity at which the existing columns are working can be calculated. Do you see that?
Yes. Yeah.
I think this report, which was submitted with the application, as I understand it, without any adverse comment from the council at that stage. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, we didn't comment on this.
Didn't comment on that. And there was obviously a reference in that report to saying that the capacity at which the existing columns are working can be calculated. So obviously the report indicates that calculations were carried out about the capacity of the existing columns, correct? Yes.
Yes. Well, it says engineering judgment has been used.
Yes, but look at page 1. It says capacity at which the existing columns are working can be calculated. Reference to engineering judgment, and that goes on to load balance principles in Section 3. And it says that a load balance means the proposed design must exert the same or less load onto the existing structure as existing layout in use. So one can see from this report that they had calculated the capacity at which the existing columns were working and adopted an approach whereby they didn't want to put more load onto the structure than their calculations of existing capacity indicated. That's the approach followed, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, I believe so, yes.
As I say, that wasn't questioned by the council at all as part of the application, was it?
No, we didn't question the structural issues, no.
And there's no dispute, again, somebody from the council, that the load balancing principles followed in that report were appropriate in terms of the imposed load changing from the car parking identified there to an area not susceptible to crowding. Again, no dispute taken with that by the council, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Very much. And again, I'll ask Mr. Taylor to deal with this, but we've never understood it to be considered or suggested by the council that it would be proportionate to increase the loading or strengthen columns in a way which somehow required us to access Marks and Spencer's below and reinforced columns in that store. There's never been any suggestion by the council that's something that we would be expected to proportionately do. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that hasn't been suggested.
Thank you very much. Right, let's move on from urban greening, please. Energy next. I'm not going to ask very many questions about this at all, but just two subtopics, please. First of all, I want to draw together some points that were made by Mr. Maguire in the context, in particular, of overheating, but also more widely as far as the energy hierarchy is concerned. If I gather together some suggestions that arise from his evidence about the use of further balconies, that's the first one. Fins or brise soleil to reduce the heat coming into the buildings, and also exposure of thermal mass. Okay. Now, these factors were sort of mentioned by him as evidence. Now, if we sort of take T1 first of all, there's never been any suggestion by the council. I don't think you're suggesting now, given your views on T1, that it would be appropriate to start looking at further balconies or fins or brise soleil on T1 as a means to deal with the energy strategy because of the architectural interest in that building. It's never been suggested by the council. I don't understand you to be suggesting that would be a proper design approach now. It's right, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Very much. Similarly, as far as exposure of thermal mass in concrete is concerned, you're not anticipating that would be an appropriate design response for T1 to expose more concrete from floor slabs and so on, are you?
I think the only the changes that if there were any things, then we would want them to be things that could be done internally and not change the external appearance.
Exactly. So exactly, and insofar as these matters might be considered as far as T2 and T3 are concerned, never been suggested. None of those factors have ever been suggested as part of a design approach to T2 and T3 in negotiations with the applicant. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe that's the case. Yeah.
And insofar as your approach in design terms is wanting to have a solution for T2 and T3 that picks up on influences from T1. Again, Mr. Feltham, I've never heard anything from you suggest that one should contemplate the use of matters such as fins and brise soleil on T2 and T3, because under your analysis, that would be taking T2 and T3 even further away from the design solution to T1 that you're looking for. That's right, isn't it?
I don't think whilst we're not T2 and T3 aren't looking to replicate T1. I don't think that would necessarily mean that there couldn't be some features there which would help to go through the sort of hierarchy that you follow for overheating. So I'm not sure that would necessarily be the case.
Sure, but certainly something that the council has never suggested as an appropriate design solution when discussions were taking place on T2 and T3. That's right, isn't it?
I believe so. Yeah.
Very much. And if we move on to costings, then please. Now you'll have heard the debate that was taking place between myself and Mr. Maguire on the costings for the site-wide ambient loop option. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In fairness to Mr. Maguire, he disagrees with elements of the costings. I'm not going to go through that. But if one takes the evidence that's being produced by the appellant on this matter, which shows a substantial cost differential between the proposal as it stands and that site-wide option. Let's take that as our starting point. I mean, if there is a cost differential such that the site-wide option is more expensive than the proposal, okay, I want you to understand what the council's position is. If there is a more expensive solution for providing the site-wide option, we don't understand the council to have suggested to us that this development should incur that cost in a way that downpress the affordable housing provision. Is that right, Mr. Felton?
I mean, I guess that obviously Mr. Maguire has talked about the cost, but actually I think the crucial thing would be to comply with the policy.
Well, this is why I'm asking. So if that's crucial, Mr. Felton, just want to understand where this goes. So let's assume it is going to be more expensive to provide that energy-wide solution. Okay.
We don't know though, do we?
I mean, I'm asking you to assume that. I think in the end, Mr. Maguire said albeit with some qualifications, we can deal with it. He accepted it would be more expensive to do that if one adopted the approach to calculations that we did. He disputes the approach of looking at T1 on its own.
Madam, I think we need to be very cautious about this.
I am concerned that you're bringing up what Mr. Maguire said, and Mr. Maguire isn't here to counter what he's to confirm.
I am.
For the record, madam, I don't. I think I understand what my learned friend is trying to do, but I don't recall Mr. Maguire accepting. My learned friend seems to be saying that if one accepts the appellant's figures, then Mr. Maguire accepted, but that's entirely circular because he didn't.
I'm Mr. Burton. Just need to be clear here. I said that Mr. Maguire had indicated that he didn't accept the conceptual approach taken by Mr. Stanley to looking at the uplifts due to T1, and he didn't accept that some of the approaches to the costings within that structural approach to his calculations. But I do recall him saying we can deal with this in submissions or notes. I do recall him saying that if one adopted that structure of looking at T1 alone, and notwithstanding the points that he'd made on the cost of reinforcement and the excessive costings that had been assumed for the non-contestable works, that even if one allowed for that, it was likely that site-wide option would be more expensive to some degree than the proposal. Now, I do recall him saying that in response to questions by me. I'm perfectly prepared to accept that that was done on a qualified basis because he didn't accept the conceptual approach to calculations in the first place. But within that, if you work through the figures in the way that Mr. Stanley had done, he did accept that even allowing for some of his individual criticisms of the individual entries, it was likely that the site-wide option would be more expensive following that approach. Now, if we need to return to that in submissions, revisit notes, I'm very happy to do that. But I don't think in any event, ma'am, it matters for the purpose of my question. At the moment, all I'm asking Mr. Felton to do for the purpose of my question to him is to assume that the site-wide option is more expensive. And it doesn't matter whether one takes the appellant's figures in particular of Mr. Stanley's proof or some variation in those, given the questions I asked Mr. Maguire. I'm just asking him to assume it's more expensive to provide the site-wide option.
Mr. Burton, any comment on that approach? It's the assumption. So Mr. Linus is saying assume.
I'm perfectly happy with the question being put in that way. What concerned me was the recounting of what Mr. Maguire had and hadn't said, and it's yeah, so that's fine.
Thank you.
Right.
Mr. Linus, then, please.
So we will look back on our notes, but I was quite clear to move on from the question of Mr. Maguire having reached that position. But anyway, let's assume for the purposes of my question to you, Mr. Feltham, that it is more expensive to provide a site-wide calculation, site-wide option. Okay, and let's also assume that, subject to the discussions on affordable housing, we're at a stage where we have maxed out on affordable housing provision under the viability assumptions that have been discussed between the parties for at some length now. Okay, just want to understand the council's approach here. If it's the case that the site-wide option would be more costly, want to understand the council's position. You said that that policy had to be complied with. We haven't understood so far the council to be saying that if it did cost more, that is something that the development would have to bear, even if that meant you had to otherwise reduce your affordable housing provision, because it would be an extra cost loaded into your viability appraisal. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the policy requires you to look at effectively the carbon emissions and try to minimise those. So that policy requires you to look at that. So we would expect the development to try to achieve that. Obviously, I think we don't yet know whether there would be an increased cost or not, but there may be some, and that could have an impact on affordable housing.
Right. Okay. Just let's be clear then, because we hadn't really understood exactly what the council was saying in this respect. So if it's right that there would be an increased cost, you would seek that to be met, even if that depressed the level of affordable housing that was being proposed within the scheme. So the need to comply with energy policy would effectively trump the need to provide affordable housing as far as that extra element of cost was concerned.
Well, the approach is that you meet the London Plan policy in relation to energy, and the approach on affordable housing is that you provide the maximum amount of affordable housing. Well, that is viability tested. So yes, clearly the calculations could change.
Okay, thank you very much. So the position of the council is then that if it were necessary to incur greater costs to provide a site-wide solution, that is something that you would be content to see reflected in a viability appraisal and the outturn of affordable housing for the scheme.
I think we would obviously need to look at those figures and understand those figures and take a view, but potentially yes.
I'm just trying to understand whether this is, when you say potentially, what you said before was this was effectively a question of principle in applying the policy. Just want to understand your position. So if one takes the appellant's figures and you're looking at additional costs of a few £1 million on Mr. Stanley's evidence, £2 to £3 million, say, the approach that you're saying the council would take is that one, you would anticipate that would be a cost that would be borne by the development, even if that reduced the affordable housing offer, or the affordable housing provision.
We would need to look at, obviously we need to see what the cost is. What if it made it unviable and it was many millions of pounds, well then I guess we would need to look at that. I'm not quite sure precisely without going back through the policy whether that talks about viability within that policy. I'm not sure it does. I think it says that you should go through that approach, and yes, we would expect that it might be more expensive. It might not be more expensive. I mean, something's got to be provided anyway. But my understanding is that there's nothing provided in T1 at the moment. So we are starting with a new system, whichever way we go, and should be the lowest carbon option.
I think I understand the approach now, Mr. Felton. It's been helpful that, as we understand that in principle you would be looking for the cost of that energy solution to be borne, and you wouldn't be prioritising affordable housing provision over the energy solution, because you'd accept that affordable housing would need to drop to pay for any additional costs for a site-wide solution.
Yes, it might do, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, just deal very quickly with viability. Then, please, is the next topic which we can move into. I'm not going to repeat questions that were asked of Mr. Scott. I just want to ask a point about policy approach, given something that you said in your evidence in chief. You referred to the London Plan policy H5, and this is in, better take this out, please, CD53. And it's internal page 176, policy H5. Bear with me one moment. Yes, okay. And I think the point that you were making under this policy is that there's been a shift from the earlier version of the London Plan, which had referred to maximum reasonable affordable housing provision, whereas now under H5G, where a viability assessment required us in the maximum level of affordable housing. And you appear to be suggesting there's been some tightening or shift in policy under the latest plan. I mean, can I be clear? I don't think you're suggesting that it fundamentally changes the approach to what a developer has to provide by way of affordable housing, are you?
Well, they had to provide the maximum level. That's viability tested. So that's what.
Yes, but can you just answer my question? You're not suggesting that there's been some policy shift between maximum reasonable amount and maximum, such that there's an additional stricter obligation imposed on the developer now, are you?
I suppose the word the difference, the word that is different or is now missing is reasonable.
Can you answer my question, please? You're not suggesting that means there's been a policy tightening or there's an additional obligation being imposed on the developer now compared with previously, are you?
I think they are broadly similar.
Yes, because so well you said that, because I mean, if one takes out Mr. Scott's evidence, please, and we turn to page 3 of his proof, paragraph 1, the end of paragraph 1.12 on page 3 of his proof.
Which number is that? Do you know?
Get the CD number. Yeah, hold on.
912. 912, I think.
Internal page 3 of that document. That's the paragraph 112. Paragraph 111, sorry. He refers there at the top of that, the end of paragraph 111, as paragraph 4512, this is the London Plan, goes on to explain the level of affordable housing should the maximum can be reasonably supported. See that?
Yes. Yeah.
So again, we don't have to go back to the text in the plan unless we need to, but certainly the approach that he has followed is that although the policy might now have had the word reasonable dropped out, in reality, the approach is you look at the maximum reasonable affordable housing that can be supported in the scheme. That's right, isn't it?
See that's in that paragraph. Yes, it does say that. So, but obviously, you know, I guess ultimately we won't. Yes, this is fairly new plan. We won't necessarily know whether that maximum going from maximal reasonable to maximum within the policy means any particular difference. It is a difference.
Well, I think you said a few moments ago it was broadly similar.
Yes, I
just understand your position, Mr. Felton, because we have Mr. Scott's evidence that you look at the level of affordable housing provision, the maximum level that can be reasonably supported. Yes. We say you're looking at that effectively means looking at the maximum reasonable amount of affordable housing. So there's no material difference in policy, notwithstanding the word reasonable dropped out of the policy itself. I just need to know, please, Mr. Felton. I presume that's agreed, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure I can explain what that difference would be.
Can you answer my question? I mean, I need to know your position, Mr. Felton, so I can make submissions on it.
Yeah,
right. It's right, isn't it? There isn't a material change in position because you're still looking at the maximum level that can be reasonably supported by a scheme.
Yes, albeit being in the supporting text is less important than being in the main policy.
Okay,
but I personally am not sure that there is a
right. Well, let's
difference in practicalities.
Okay, let's put it another way. You're not suggesting that the policy is telling developers to provide the maximum amount of affordable housing, even if it's unreasonable to do so.
I mean, it talks about it being viability tested. So absolutely, I think that's
all right. Now we can make submissions on the approach that's being taken as far as affordable housing provision is concerned, but just so we can understand where the area of dispute between us and the council is, that I think, as I said to Mr. Scott, there is no dispute that if you have our offer or our, at the moment, split between T1 and T3, that we are proposing 56% of all affordable housing across the site to go into T1 before any market housing whatsoever is occupied. That's right, isn't it?
And that's what you're suggesting should be in the legal agreement.
Yes, yes. And I think it's fair to say, isn't it, Mr. Felton, that is a relatively standard approach taken to the delivery of affordable housing as part of larger schemes, in particular phased schemes, isn't it?
I think what we do often look at is the viability of various parts of the.
Can you? I'm sorry, Mr. Felton. Can you just answer my question, please? The approach of staggering affordable housing provision across different elements of a scheme by reference to triggers that relate to market housing provision is a standard approach to the delivery of housing on large and phased schemes, isn't it?
We have used that approach on other schemes, but obviously we need to look at each scheme. On certain schemes where we're aware that there's viability challenges on certain parts, we may need to look at how that affordable housing is provided. We may need to look, as we have on other schemes, about whether we need to ensure the delivery of the whole scheme, and that is an approach we have looked at on other schemes.
I'm just interested in that, Mr. Felton. I mean, this notion that there should be an obligation within the section 106 for this developer to ensure the completion of its development. Was that your suggestion?
And this was in discussion with our viability consultants in terms of understanding the overall viability of.
Yes, but he said he hadn't come across this before himself. We're just interested in where.
I don't think I don't recall he did say that. I think he said that he had looked at this issue before.
No, he'd looked at the issue of viability before, but I don't think he said he'd come across a position where an obligation had been imposed on a developer to complete the entire development, which is my question to him.
Okay, yeah, well,
if he hadn't come across it before, where did this come from within the council? Who has been suggesting that this developer should have an obligation imposed on it to complete the development of its site?
Well, as we look at the whole viability of the site, then it's clear, given that T1 is the viable part, which can provide a much higher level of affordable housing, whereas T2 and T3 are less viable. There's a clear risk that.
Sorry, Mr. Feltham, can you just answer the question, because you're moving into stuff that I've already heard.
Okay.
So if you can, I think Mr. Linus has just asked the question: where has this idea of putting this matter into the obligation come from? So it's just, who has come up with that idea?
Sorry, madam. The one point I just need to raise here is that I don't know, obviously, what Mr. Feltham is going to say, but there may be, of course, the question of legal privilege to bear in mind here, and I'm not sure if that's where because obviously there are Section 106 lawyers involved. So I just flag it.
Well, I understand. I mean, if the answer is that the idea, I'm not asking for any advice to be disclosed. I'm just looking for the source of the idea so we can understand how we are going to respond to this in detail. And we're just interested to know where it came from, because and from answers to Mr. Scott, it doesn't appear that the ideas come from Mr. Scott. Perhaps I can deal with it this way. I don't understand from what you're telling me, Mr. Feltham, this was an idea that has come from you.
Well, I mean, I can't give you too much information because some of the discussions I have on other schemes are confidential. But certainly, we have talked about this issue on other sites. So this is not.
Well, I know the issue might have been discussed, but let's just break this down. As far as this case is concerned, was it you who suggested putting in, asking this developer to have a requirement in its Section 106 obligations to complete the development of the site?
I'm not sure how as we move through the various viability assessments, these things start to come out. So I can't be sure of precisely where this came from.
So you don't know where it came from on this site. As part of other schemes, are you aware of an obligation being imposed in other Section 106s where the council's been involved, where the developer has had a positive obligation to complete the development of the site?
We've certainly been discussing that on other sites. Absolutely.
Yeah, sorry, can you answer my question?
I'm not aware of ones where it's actually been requirement, but it absolutely could be, and it could equally be a reason for refusal if they would not agree to an obligation where we felt it was necessary.
All right. Well, I'll take from your answer you haven't done it before. The question of whether it could be, I suspect, is going to be a question of submission, but again, without wanting to intrude into any areas of legal privilege, I mean, are you able to say whether legal advice has been taken on this?
Yes, we have taken legal advice on
imposing a positive obligation on a developer to build out the entirety of its scheme.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah, we have.
Now, as far as this positive obligation is concerned, again, I don't want to trespass too much into areas that are going to be covered by submissions. But I think you said earlier on that you accepted that the phased approach was one which obviously you'd seen before. I'd put the point to you it was standard, and that's our position. Just want to explore the reasons why you have used it before. I'll put this to you, Mr. Felton. I mean, one reason why it's done is that there may be reasons why a scheme is not built out in its entirety that are beyond the developer's control. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, there may be, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't pick up that answer.
Yeah, I think you froze from my point of view. I think I said yes, that there might be.
Okay, thanks very much. And even that on its own, that factor on its own raises very genuine issues of enforcement in circumstances where one's contemplating a positive obligation on a developer to complete development, in circumstances where you accept that there may be circumstances entirely beyond the control of the developer, which mean that it's unable to build out development of the entire scheme.
I mean, if there is a positive obligation, then there shouldn't be any reasons why they can't build out the whole scheme. That would be one of the reasons in some cases for implying that.
But you've accepted a moment ago that there may be very good reasons why they can't build out the development of the entire scheme due to circumstances that are entirely beyond their control.
Yes, there might be, but if there were reasons, then that may mean that's if there's so well we don't know that we can build out all of the scheme. Well, then that's an issue which could be a reason for not approving the application, because we're looking at the whole scheme. If there's certain things which we think are important in certain elements of the scheme, and then ultimately we don't know if those are going to be delivered, then yeah, that could be an issue.
Yes, okay, thank you. It could be an issue. And in the circumstances of this case, I mean, 56% of the entire affordable housing provision across the whole site before any market units are delivered at all on the site. It's quite a strict trigger, isn't it, Mr. Feltham, to have more than half the provision of the whole affordable housing provision for the entire site in one building before any market housing can be developed at all, or occupied at all?
In terms of it being a trigger, yes, it's
a high proportion of affordable housing before any market housing can be delivered, isn't it?
In terms of in terms of that proposed currently across the whole site, then it's proportionate to the whole.
Oh, so
site, and
it's proportionate to the whole site then. Okay, so the 56% across in T1, you accept that is proportionate when one is bearing in mind the development of the entire site.
If you're bearing in mind the development of the entire site, but the point is that as we discussed, T1 on its own, if there were reasons why T2 and T3 couldn't be delivered and weren't delivered, well, then a higher amount of affordable housing could be provided under T1. So that is the.
Well, I'm not going to go over. I'm not going to go over the ground that I covered, Mr. Scott. Okay, let's move on in the interest of making time, please. The three bed issue briefly, please. I know there's some further discussions going on this. I just want to understand again your approach as a council to the policy. We have CD54 is the core strategy, and if we go to policy on page 149, DM13, criterion B, incorporate a mix of unit sizes and types by a minimum of 30% of dwellings unless it can be robustly demonstrated this would be unsuitable or unviable. Okay, so let's look at this word unviable, please. I'm not going to deal with suitability with you, given the time that will ask Mr. McCurry to cover that. Mm-hmm. I know this is being discussed, but let's just look at the approach that's being followed here. If providing 30% of of the housing is 3-bed units, would mean that the work conducted and being discussed by Mr. Ashton and Mr. Scott showed that one could not viably bring forward any affordable housing, and indeed the level of affordable housing dropped to below 0 in Mr. Ashton's terms. That would mean that the policy would be complied with, because the scheme would not be capable of being brought forward at all with the provision of 3 beds at 30%. That's the correct starting point, isn't it?
So we look at whether 30% is or isn't viable. Yeah, and then look below. I guess to see there's various degrees of non-compliance. I guess obviously 29% is getting close, but 6.8% is a long way away.
No, this is what I'm interested in. I mean, the policy says look to provide 30%, but if that's not, you don't have to provide 30% if it's not viable to do so. That's the policy test, isn't it? Okay, so
yes.
If the figure work that Mr. Ashdown has produced includes a figure at 27.5% provision. Mm-hmm. If it's agreed between himself and Mr. Scott that using the figure work that's in front of the inquiry, it would not be possible to bring forward the scheme viably at all, even assuming no affordable housing provision. The policy is complied with, isn't it?
Sorry, if
his work has looked at one scenario where he's considered the viability of developing at 27.5%
yes
bed units, correct?
Yes.
Well,
it's come up with a figure. It hasn't. I think my understanding is that what it hasn't done is put that into an overall viability assessment to see actually what
that's being discussed with him, Mr. Scott. I'm just, while I've got you in the stand, I'm trying to understand what the implications of those discussions are going to be. Mm. So let's assume for now that those discussions show that the scheme couldn't deliver any affordable housing and it would be below the line in viability terms, even at 27.5%. Okay.
Yeah.
If that's the result of those discussions, that demonstrates the scheme complies with the policy, doesn't it?
Yes, because it says it would be unviable. Yes.
Thank you very much. So there would be policy compliance in those circumstances. Thank you very much. I think in those circumstances, I might not need to ask you anything more. Okay, let's leave it there. Thank you. Let's turn to employment land next, ma'am. I know we've been going for a little while. I am nearing the end. After employment land and the loss of the retail, I think that's probably going to be it. But that's the next largest chunk. It's not going to take as long as this initial session this morning has, but it may be convenient to take a short break at least before I complete the cross-examination. I can go on with them in your hands.
I think, Mr. Feltham, you've been on the witness stand for some time. I think it would be useful to have a break. If this is if you're saying it's a convenient time to have that break now, I'm content to have a 20-minute break. So if we're back at 11:30, I would be content with that. So Mr. Feltham, are you happy to have a break now? Okay. So just a reminder, Mr. Feltham, you're still under cross-examination, so you aren't allowed to discuss the case with anybody. Okay. Thank you. I will adjourn now. Back at 11:30 then, please. The time's now 11:30, so I'll resume. So over to you, Mr. Linus.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Let's deal with employment land first of all. Next, please, Mr. Feltham. What we're looking at here in the statement of common grounds, we can agree is a net loss of 18,551 square meters of offices. That's taking into account the 529 flexi workspace, correct?
I don't have that in front of me, but that sounds about right. Yeah.
Okay, and in policy terms, you've looked in your evidence in chief at DM17 as the core strategy, which I hope we can avoid taking out, and which says alternative uses being demonstrated by sound evidence, rigorous marking over a number of years up to 2. There's no quantitative or qualitative need for employment uses. But just to gather together all the other the policy references, you did make reference to E1, but can we just have a look at that, please? It's in CD53, the London Plan, page 239, internal, page 254 PDF.
Yeah, I have that.
And policy criterion E, existing viable office floor space capacity in locations outside the areas identified in Part C, which are Central London office market and so on, should be retained, facilitating redevelopment, renewal, reprovision of office space where viable, and releasing surplus office capacity to other uses. Okay, so one has policy DM17 as a core strategy, but policy E1 of the London Plan focuses on asking whether office floor space is viable, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you very much. So apart from questions of demand that are implied by policy DM17, we have the broader question of viability that's imported under policy E1, correct?
Yes, so it needs to be, well, I don't know whether it says it needs to be demonstrated, but yes, if it can be shown to be not viable.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And also there's a reference in the policy to releasing surplus office capacity to other uses. Do you see that? You see that? Thank you.
Yes, yeah,
Yes,
provision of office space where viable and releasing surplus office capacity to other uses, yes.
So again, obviously what's material here, the general approach under policy, this feeds into the inspector's issue, is the overall effect on supply of office or employment floor space is a relevant factor to bear in mind when considering the policy. That's right, isn't it?
Well, I think it's about whether it is viable, and whether it's,
yes, the reference to surplus capacity, it clearly means, doesn't it, Mr. Feltham, bearing in mind the way that the policy, the issue that the inspector has framed has been addressed, is that the overall effect on the supply of employment floor space is a relevant consideration here, hence the issue as defined by the inspector.
Yes, I mean, obviously it starts, it seems to be saying that where it's demonstrated that office floor space is not viable, then it can be re-provided. Yeah, it can be re-provided other uses.
But could you just answer my question? The overall effect of developing this site on the supply of employment floor space, as the inspector's issue suggests, is a material factor in this case, isn't it?
So the impact of, you're saying, sorry, that by doing this we reduce the supply.
What the effect of this development on the overall supply of office space is a material consideration in this appeal, isn't it? Very standard introductory question.
Yes. So yeah, yeah.
Right now, and as far as that's concerned, we'll come back to supply position later, but as we understand it, we're not aware of the council conducting a local demand and supply assessment as far as the borough is concerned, since at least an employment land review from 2008. That's right, isn't it?
I'm not 100% sure on that, to be honest.
No, right. Let's move on then, please. Just a few introductory points on the history of the market more generally. Can we take out, please, the economic analysis study at CD 7-8? And turn, please, to internal page 57. That's paragraph 5.40. It may be PDF 71, ma'am. I'm not entirely sure if that reference is correct. It's internal page 57.
Yeah, I have that.
I have it, thank you.
Thank you very much. Paragraph 5.40, Tolworth District Centre. Primarily accommodate space for small retail uses along Tolworth Broadway. We see that in the top part of the paragraph. Tolworth Tower provides significant amount of commercial office floor space. And towards the end of that paragraph, while the Tolworth Tower provides a large, relatively modern office development, vacancies have historically existed in the site, resulting in part of the available floor space being redeveloped into hotel, i.e. in Travelodge a number of years ago. Average employment area that relies on Tolworth Tower provision commercial floor space. Strong reliance upon car use, potentially detracting from the area's attractiveness to prospective occupiers. Okay, so even at the time of this study in 2014, it was recognising that as far as Tolworth itself was concerned, and Tolworth Tower specifically, vacancies had historically existed at the site even then. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I think that's what you said. Yes, yeah.
If one goes on to page 83, internal page 83 in the document, maybe PDF 97. Paragraph 7.29. Tolworth represents secondary commercial centre of the borough, accommodates a relatively small proportion of employment space within Kingston. Stock dominated by the 22-storey Tolworth office block. At the end of the Broadway during the A3. However, the presence of the A3 and A240 strategic routes with their high levels of traffic congestion, noise and air pollution have a negative effect on Tolworth's environment, effectively act as barriers separating residential areas, district centre and so on. It goes on to say this: limited demand for office space in Tolworth, coupled with reasonably high levels of existing vacancy within the district centre, most notably within Tolworth Tower, mean it would be difficult to demonstrate any quantitative need for additional provision. Do you see that?
Additional provision, yes. Yeah.
The focus of any requirement would be in refurbishing, redeveloping existing office stock to better meet modern business needs. Although rental values in the current climate are unlikely to make this a viable option, at least in the short to medium term. Okay, so clearly a number of comments being made there, but even in 2014, the broad message was that the levels of vacancy and rental levels suggested that it was going to be difficult to achieve viable redevelopment of the site for offices. That's right, isn't it? That's right, isn't it, Mr.
Well, it says focus of any requirement will be on refurbishing, redeveloping existing office stock to better meet modern business needs.
And I asked you about the following. So, although rental values in the current climate are unlikely to make this a viable option, at least in the short to medium term. So unlikely to make us a viable option was the conclusion reached at the time, wasn't it?
At the time.
Yes, okay,
yeah.
Right. I said I'm just looking at the history here.
Yeah.
And if we look back to page 25, paragraph 3.9, again, just to set the scene, internal page 25, this is probably PDF 39. Paragraph 3.9, vacancy, the review of the commercial property being marketed in Kingston, November 2013, approximately 39,000 square metres currently available across the borough, indicates a vacancy level for office stock of just over 13%. Okay. And it says, whilst this available space is located right across the borough, a number of larger premises that stand out as recording significant vacancy, and Tolworth Towers included. See that?
Yes, yes, I do. Yes.
Thank you very much. And you say, although much of this vacant office space is good quality, some of the premises are characterised by large floor plates, inflexible internal configuration, and in some cases a peripheral location within the borough, which undermines their attractiveness to the market. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, just fast forwarding a little bit, please. If we look then at the economic baseline study, which is CD79, which is a document from 2017, so 3 years after the economic analysis study. And one turns to PDF page 45, but page 43 within the internal pages, please. And then under the heading commercial premises, looking at business floor space, Kingston's actually seen a fall in business space in recent years. Significant falls in office and industrial space since 2004. If you look down to the table, the office space there, starting in 2000, 295,000 square metres, then down to 2015, 2016, 266. You see that?
Yes.
And over the page, figure 28, one can see the reduction in office space. See that? So again,
Yes.
the economic baseline study was recording a structural drop in office space from 2001 of about 10%. See that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And I don't want to go back over the area plan because we covered that yesterday, but that was obviously dated 2018, the year after the baseline study. And again, I hope we don't have to go back through the annex references, but there was a general reference to lack of demand for offices. And although little coming forward was recognised, that was identified as a specific requirement for little. Do you recall that?
Yes. Yes.
Very much. Reference to lack of good quality stock too. Do you remember that? Okay.
I don't particularly,
Okay.
but yeah.
Well, okay. I think lack of demand is fair enough for my purposes now. I think we said there's nothing in the plan itself which suggested the complex playing a non-housing role in regeneration of the centre, but let's move on from that. Let's look again, setting the scene at Tolworth Tower itself, and perhaps we can just cut this short in that if we take out the office viability report at CD 129, please, and we go to PDF page 11 within that document. So hopefully we can keep this short. This is a document that was submitted with the application. We don't understand any dispute to be taken by the council with the recording of the history of Tolworth Tower occupation in that document. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any.
Nope.
Right.
So again, we can go back into it if we need to, but trying to keep things efficient. That shows a history of persistent levels of vacancy within the building. From the late 1990s, since when there's been declining occupancy, to the acquisition by the current owners in 2018 for the second time out of administration. Persistent levels of vacancy within the building. That's right, isn't it?
Sorry, you're saying that this document says that?
Yes. Well, that's the conclusion you would draw from the history. If we need to go back into it, we can, but persistent levels of vacancy within the building.
I'm not 100% sure. I guess the issue that we've raised is in terms of marketing of that, isn't it? But
well, I'm going to come on to marketing, but I mean, can you accept as a general proposition? Again, we can go through the history if we need to, Mr. Feltham, that there has been a history of levels of vacancy within this building for the reasons given in this part of the office viability report, with which you take no dispute. That's right, isn't it?
Well, I'm not sure what it says about marketing, I suppose, to attest the current demand.
I'm not asking about the market. I'm just asking about the facts relating to the vacancies.
That it has been vacant.
Has been vacant. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, the resolution to grant, please. We can just set the office viability report to one side. We're going to be coming back to it. Next, sort of subheading is the resolution to grant from 2019, CD72, please. Again, I'm going to come back to marketing, but can I just look at the reports, paragraph 38 and CD72, please?
Yes.
Okay. It says submission is accompanied by an office viability report. Now, that is an office viability report is prepared for that application, but it's largely the same as the office viability report that we've just been looking at, isn't it?
I don't know, but
well, okay, you don't know, fair enough.
Yeah.
But he says outlines actions taken to rent the building to office tenants. I'm going to come on to that. It says overall occupation of the office space has significantly declined. Marketing efforts have been unsuccessful. The building suffers inefficient floor layouts, entrance arrangements, amenity provision, including toilets and reception areas, and inadequate floor to ceiling heights. As I say, I'm going to come back to the question of marketing discreetly in a moment, but the position that had been reached by the council at the resolution to grant stage included conclusions about the nature of the building itself, irrespective of the marketing. That's right, isn't it? The building suffers inefficient floor layouts, entrance arrangements, amenity provision, including toilets and reception areas, and inadequate floor to ceiling height. So, regardless of the issue of marketing, we're going to come on to, the council has accepted, based on previous submissions to it, that there are qualitative issues with the building as summarised there. That's right, isn't it?
As it stood in 2019.
Yes, but those are qualitative issues with the building itself, correct?
Yes, I suppose what isn't clear is that those things couldn't change, but
well,
yes, that's what that
but
says.
The point is the conclusion that was being reached by the council at that stage accepted that there are qualitative issues with the building.
Yes.
In itself, correct. Thank you very much. And it goes on to say this evidence demonstrates the uptake of office space in this location and within the building is limited. Okay. And again, we can come on to marketing, but again, the council was clearly accepting that the uptake of office space in Tolworth and within the building itself was limited. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I'm not quite sure how limited, but yes, yes, that's my understanding.
I'll come on to that in a moment. Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, if we go back to the office viability report that's been prepared for this application, said you don't know whether this was the same one that was prepared at the time, but I can ask Mr. Young to confirm that. But if we go into the office viability report to see what we say the committee resolution or the resolution to grant report was accepting. If we go into CD 129, please, and go to PDF page 6, and paragraph 3.2.
Yeah, have that.
Okay, so this is where Mr. Lee's conducted a building analysis, and I'm just going to pick up a few references, if I may. Under 3.2, if one looks at what is said there, multi-use, multifaceted nature has meant from its design and its completion presented a unique set of challenges. Entrance to the tower via the A3 Kingston bypass slip road, not very prominent, can get caught up with traffic entering the A3. And secondary nature of the approach to the entrance means it's not only difficult to find, but lacks the prominence that a more modest office building would and should provide. Then Mr. Lee goes on to describe issues that he encountered when entering the site. And one you can see, for example, further on down that paragraph, once in the car park, had to walk down 2 flights of stairs, around the front of the supermarket, back to the main tower entrance lobby. Okay. Then 3.3, sticking with entrances, with the redevelopment of the low-rise block into residential and hotel accommodation, now 2 entrances into the tower block. If the tower was to be retained as office, the 2 entrances and shared lift core would not be favourably received by potential occupiers who want totally separate and secure lifts, lobbies, and common parts. To see that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Again, don't spend too much time on this, but a couple of other references. 3.6. The middle of that paragraph, the most noticeable features of the floor are the double sets of columns running down the central spine of the building, which immediately present occupiers with space utilisation, planning and efficiency issues. Presents occupiers with adjacency issues for different departments and leads to fit out compromise, creating cellular meeting rooms for office accommodation. And over to page 3.7, the core of the building, including the bank of 6 lifts and WC accommodation, is located approximately a third of the way on the floor plate, which again leads to a lack of flexibility for an occupier in fitting out and occupying these floors. WC accommodation is small proportionally to the size of the office floor plates. And then 3.8, given the current slab-to-slab height, what services such as aircon, lighting, providing a raised access floor accommodated, this floor-to-ceiling height would then inevitably become compromised as it has done in the past. Okay, so this is a broad summary. I can ask Mr. Lee to explain this in more detail, but this summary in the Office Viability Report is entirely consistent with the conclusions that were reached by the Council in the resolution to grant scheme about the quality of the building itself. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, that seems right.
Right. Now let's move on to marketing, please. We know, because we've seen in the resolution to grant, that at the time of the resolution to grant in October 2019, that there was marketing material produced for the council, which was accepted as being adequate for policy purposes at the time, correct?
Yes.
And that included marketing evidence, which went up to 2015, correct? May 2015.
Marketing evidence went back to May 2015.
Yes.
Yes.
Supplemented by evidence in the Office Viability Report at the time on supply and known requirements, correct?
So, my understanding is that the last sort of substantive marketing was in May 2015. That's, I think, what was taken into account at the time of the resolution to grant. Okay. Yes.
So, as a matter of policy, when the resolution to approve came forward in October 2019, the council was satisfied that policy had been complied with, despite the marketing material being more than 4 years old at the time. As a matter of fact, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, I'm not sure when I'm not 100% sure when the application was received, but
no. But at the time of the resolution to grant in October 2019,
yes,
council's content with. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So again, as far as the council is concerned, when applying the policy, you do not have to produce marketing evidence over a 2-year period up to the time of determination, do you?
Well, it's going back to policy DM17, which is
Yes, I'm asking about the way you've applied the policy as a council, and accepting that the marketing evidence was sufficient for policy purposes in 2019, you were content to rely upon marketing evidence that had been prepared more than 4 years before determination. That's right, isn't it?
Yes. That's
so in policy terms, you were satisfied that policy had been complied with, even though you weren't looking at marketing material that had been related to 2 years before determination, or even 2 years before the application itself. Isn't it?
At the time, yes, we were. I guess we didn't consider that was too old. Obviously, we're 2 years further down the line now.
Okay, well, look, on the marketing information itself, no dispute taken with the extent or quality of the marketing evidence done at the time it was done.
No.
Thank you very much. Now, we know from Mr. Lee's evidence that he has appended marketing material to that. If we can take out his proof, please. And Appendix 2 to his evidence.
At 9.3.
Thank you. Appendix 2 includes 2017 Tolworth Tower marketing brochures. See that?
Yes. I can see 2017 Tolworth Tower marketing brochures.
Thank you very much. And again, I didn't understand anything in your written evidence or rebuttal evidence to take issue with the sort of content of these brochures. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't recall in terms of what we know about how that what was done with those brochures.
I can ask. Okay, well, certainly nothing in your written evidence took issue with it. But anyway, you can ask Mr. Lee to comment on it. But he says in his proof, marketing was carried out 511 of his proof on the page number, but 511 of his proof, he says the marketing beyond 2015 up to 2018 as per the brochures in Appendix 2. Okay, so although Appendix 2 indicates the marketing started in 2017, his evidence is, and I can ask to confirm this, that it's related to a period up to 2018. See that?
Sorry, I haven't quite seen that. Let me just.
Paragraph 511.
Yeah, so I mean that's that. As per the brochures, I think that I guess what isn't clear is what has been done with that marketing, but with
I can ask him to explain that. But if one just looks by way of comparison, if one takes out CD 29, CD 129, which is the office viability reports, and it includes the marketing material that was accepted by the council at the time of the resolution to grant.
So which paragraphs are we looking at?
It's Appendix 2.
Appendix 2.
Appendix 2.
Yeah.
Now, if one goes through that, one can see, if one flicks through the pages in Appendix 2, there is Catania Commercial to let. See that?
Go through. Oh, what the down to the bottom? Is that right?
Yes, in Appendix 2 to CD 129, you'll see initial marketing material. It says rent from £15 per square foot, Tolworth Tower. Do you see that?
Yeah, Yes, yes. So it says yes, a 4-page document, rent from £15 per square foot. Yes.
Two, we've got the Tolworth Tower, rent from £15 per square foot. Do you see the beginning of Appendix 2, that brochure? We go through that. There's a few pages worth of a brochure there,
Yes.
setting out the accommodations available. At the end of that brochure, we've got another one, which is Catania Commercial.
Yes. Yes.
See that?
Yes, I have that.
One goes through that. So, and we're going to look through that for the next 3 or 4 pages. And if one compares that material to what is in Mr. Lee's Appendix 2 now, the later material, the brochures that were used from 2017 to 2018, very sort of similar form of brochures between the Office Viability Report information that was relied upon for the purpose of the resolution to grant, and the nature of the later marketing materials in Appendix 2 to Mr. Lee's proof, isn't there? It's very similar form of brochures.
On the face of it.
Yeah. So the evidence that Mr. Lee has put in his Appendix 2 is substantially the same in terms of the nature of the marketing that was carried out as the evidence that the council accepted for the purposes of the 2019 resolution to approve, isn't it?
In terms of the appearance of the documents and what the documents say.
Okay. Thank you very much. And one can note, bear with me a second. Very much. And one can note, as far as timing is concerned, we can ask Mr. Lee to explain a bit more about that marketing material. But if that relates to a period from 2017 to 2018, the time between the end of that marketing taking place and now is similar to the time between the end of the marketing taking place in 2015 and the resolution to grant in 2019 that the council was prepared to go ahead with. That's right, isn't it?
So I suppose I guess what I don't know is if that you're saying that was done in 2017-18.
Yeah.
Then presumably the committee report in 2019 would have also been aware of that.
Well, I need to ask Mr. Lee to confirm. That's not my understanding, but not my understanding. He can refer to that. But let's assume for now that this is information that is dated back to 2018, and that we were looking at the time of 2019 information that I think you said before that the Catania report was based on 2015. Okay, I'll ask Mr. Lee to confirm. But if that's correct, then the time difference between the Catania report in May 2015 and the resolution to grant in 2019 is similar to the time between 2018 and now. That's right, isn't it?
Those times are similar, yes, but yeah.
Let's move on then, please, to another topic, which is small offices. We know from the marketing material that was included in the appendices that we've referred to that there was small space marketed at sizes down to 300 square feet. You're prepared to accept that, Mr. Felton, or we can go to the marketing to confirm it?
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay, CD 129, PDF, page 53, please.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's talks about 300 to 110,000 square foot.
And as far as small spaces are concerned, if we go to Mr. Lee's evidence again, please, paragraph 3.2.
What, do you know what page that is?
There's no page number on it. I'm working off the paper version.
Ah, okay. 3.2. Yes.
Okay. On 3.2, Mr. Lee says this. He talks about splitting the floors. Says the floors only split efficiently in a 2/3, 1/3 configuration. Limits the market to either 2,000 to 2,000, 5,000 square foot lettings or higher, or an entire floor of circa 8,000 square feet. As we've seen in chapter 2, there's significant size lettings for the demand that's in the market. And then he goes on to say the floors can be split further, but then fire corridors and access would need to be created, leaving large amounts of net lettable space void. The economics of refurbishing a building with a poor net to gross floor space ratio become challenging to work economically. And then in a secondary market like Tolworth, this would be totally uneconomical. Okay, so there Mr. Lee is dealing with the challenges of breaking up the space into smaller office provision. Mr. Feltham, we've never understood, given the history or the way that this has been approached by the council, that it's taken issue with that expert evidence that Mr. Lee has provided with the difficulty of splitting up the floors in the way that he's described. No dispute's ever been taken by the council with those qualitative difficulties of breaking up that space. That's right.
I'm not aware of any, but
thank you very much. Right, let's move on to supply and demand as next heading, please. If we look back at the office viability report, CD 129, and we go to PDF 18, internal page 17, please. And here, Mr. Lee dealing with take-up.
Yes.
And after a few introductory paragraph, he sets out a list of recent transactions, and then he goes on to deal with supply. I'll come back to take up locally in a moment, but supply on section 7.4. Currently, very little supply of quality office space available in Tolworth, with no planned speculative development in the pipeline. New little HQ due to come on the market early 2021, releasing 37,500. But then he goes on to say supply levels approximately comprise the following, and goes over to page 19 internally, key buildings on the market, and that leads to a total of 130,000 square feet, Kingston, 15,000 square feet in Surbiton. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, 180,000 square feet in total. No dispute, again, taken by the council with evidence on available supply produced by the appellant. That's right, isn't it?
I'm not aware of any dispute.
Thank you very much. Or the proposition, if you look further on, paragraph 7.5, or the proposition that there are no office requirements that Mr. Lee was aware of for Tolworth. No dispute with that either, is there?
Neither no. Well, I just because we haven't raised an issue, that doesn't mean that there isn't.
We have, the inspector has to look at the evidence before. The council hasn't disputed Mr. Lee's evidence that there aren't office requirements that he's aware of in Tolworth. That's the position, isn't it?
Well, I mean, this is, I suppose, what we haven't looked at is in terms of, smaller smaller offices, it may be that a certain amount could be provided.
Sorry, can you just answer the question? Mr. Lee has said in terms, there are no office requirements that we are aware of in Tolworth, and the council has never disputed that. Has it? In terms of known office requirements in Tolworth, it's never disputed that, has it?
In terms of known, I don't believe they have.
No, thank you very much. Now, if we then just progress this a little bit further, if we look at Appendix 1 to Mr. Lee's evidence, just put CD 129 to one side for the moment. If we look at Appendix 1 to Mr. Lee's evidence, where he provides evidence on all transactions in Tolworth and a mile away, take-up levels, you see that? Appendix 1 to his proof.
Appendix 1. Yes.
Okay. Again, no dispute has been taken with by the council with that evidence. That's right, isn't it?
In terms of those transactions,
yes.
No, I don't think we've.
So one can see over that 5-year period, all transactions in the sort of local submarket, Tolworth and a mile away, you have an average over that 5-year period of 10,000 square foot a year in that area, correct?
Yeah, 10,490. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And if one looks at the last 3 full years in that appendix from 18, 19, and 20, the last 3 full years that are accounted for, we see take up. In 2018, there is 1,388 total square feet leased, plus the 300 in 2018, which gives one 1,688. You see that?
Yes.
Then you've got 2,500 in 2019 and 2,555 in 2019. You see that? I think the 2020 figures together.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so that's a total of 6,743 over those three full years.
Yeah.
Right, which is roughly 2,200 and a bit square feet per year. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, just to sort of place that in context, if you take even over the 5-year period, the average per year of 10,000 square feet a year for the entire area, and you assume that this office space in its entirety were available for offices for the sake of argument. If you're looking at a net loss of 180,000 square feet, you'd be looking at 18 years worth of supply within the building alone to deal with take up in the local market as an average over the last 5 years. 18 years in the building alone, if you required that to be kept for offices in its entirety. That's right, isn't it?
For the whole building. I mean, I guess it obviously it's an average, so it varies.
Yes, just get presented as an average, but the point is, Mr. Felton, that you'll hear Mr. Lee say that if you work on that basis to effectively require all this office space to be continually used as such, it would be massively underused for a long period of time, given it would take 18 years worth of supply for the entire market in a single building.
Well,
massively underused, wouldn't it? For a long period of time, Mr. Felton?
Not necessarily, because obviously it comes back to the marketing of that. But obviously,
So that's assuming it's occupied. That's assuming no, Mr. Felton. I'm sorry. That's assuming that it's actually occupied after whatever marketing is taking place. You're assuming at this stage you've got people into the building. On average take-up rates, it would be taking you 18 years to achieve full occupation of the building based on average take-up rates within Tolworth.
Well, we only have to go back to 2017, and we've got probably 40,000 or so there. So that's only 4 years ago, and yes, a large part of that was going into Tolworth Tower. So on that basis, it would be more like 4 years.
Well, I can ask Mr. Lee to explain the particular circumstances that pertained at that time and the likelihood of those pertaining again. But if one's taking the average, you accept that proposition, Mr. Lee, because one has to look at an overall time period here.
Obviously, what is obviously very noticeable from that is that from after October 17, there were no transactions in relation to Tolworth Tower. Now, we don't know why that is, but historically, the floor space has been dominated by Tolworth Tower. The majority of that 52,000, whatever it is has been dominated by Tolworth Tower.
Right. Well, I was ready to comment on that. Let's look at the last 3 years in particular and apply this to the flexible floor space that's being proposed. Put it in another way, we know we've got, I think it's 529 or 549 square meters being proposed here. If you take the last 3 years worth of full uptake in the area of Tolworth plus 1 mile, the 6743 square feet figure that we have been looking at before, even the flexible floor space that's being proposed as part of this application at 5,500 square feet, that would give you 2.5 years or so of the average uptake over the last 3 years in Tolworth, wouldn't it?
Yes, but obviously the uptake is in part in relation to what is available. People can't take up any accommodation that doesn't exist. So once something exists, well, it may be taken up very quickly.
True, but based on what's been happening elsewhere in the Tolworth market between January 18 and December 2020, where you had an average uptake per year of 2,200 odd square feet, even the flexible floor space being proposed as part of this scheme would take 2.5 years worth of that latest average uptake, wouldn't it?
On that basis, but I don't think we can just look at the last few years in isolation. If that floor space, if this floor space hasn't been available.
I'm asking a different point about what the flexible floor space could achieve. Based on the fact that you haven't had this floor space available in the market, the flexible floor space could still achieve 2.5 years worth of what the rest of the market and the entire sub-market is bringing forward.
Oh, in terms of what it would achieve. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, let's move on, please. We're nearly there. There's viability and demand. I just want to understand the council's position here. We obviously have, as part of the affordable housing discussions, a benchmark land value that's been agreed pursuant to the viability discussions on affordable housing. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I believe the benchmark land value has been agreed.
And I think, as has been discussed before, that was based upon, at least initially, subject to discussions on lighting and so on, that fed into the BLD discussions. There was a value based on a valuation contained in the Montague Evans valuation report, which we've looked at CD24. That's right, isn't it?
I'm not sure how the the benchmark land value is how it compares to that, or whether it's a different figure.
Okay, well, perhaps I'll just have to leave it to submissions if you're not aware of that. But I mean, you accept, I think you do know, say if you don't, that was based on scenario 2, which assumed a refurb of 11 floors, 11 to 21, with a mothballing, as it was called at the time, of other floors, correct?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. So, as using that as a basis for the discussions to agree the benchmark land value, it was never suggested in any of those discussions that when one's looking at BLV, that one should assume the entire occupation of the tower for offices being viably achieved. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I think it's looking at a proportion. Yeah,
that's right. So again, if one's following the basis upon which the council has been doing its negotiations for affordable housing, it accepts, doesn't it, then, that the entire occupation of the tower for offices cannot be viably achieved?
My understanding is that, although obviously we don't know in relation to the marketing, but yes, the valuation.
Sorry, this is why I asked about viable and the context of London plan policy. So the council accepts that on any view here, you cannot viably occupy the entirety of this building for offices as per the current lawful use. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
You cannot viably retain this building in its entirety for offices.
Not in its entirety. In part, I think we would suggest.
Okay, and so on any view, when one's applying the policy, the inspector needs to do so in the recognition that under no scenario are you going to be able to retain the office floor space in this building as a whole.
As all of it. Yes, I think that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Now, there's been some mention made of the residential above offices option as per the resolution to grant some time ago. But again, none of this was identified as part of any viability discussions as a viable option on which any benchmark land value for the site should be based. That's right, isn't it?
What, in terms of valuing it?
Yeah. It was never treated as a viable option for the purposes of determining the benchmark land value.
Well, it wouldn't be relevant to the benchmark land value. That is looking at what the existing building can be used for. It doesn't have permission to be used for residential.
Well, no, but there was never any suggestion that this was a viable option upon which you could assess what the value of the land is.
It wouldn't be. We wouldn't be putting residential value in to get to the benchmark land value. That wouldn't be how the benchmark land value would be calculated.
Okay, thanks very much. Now, let's just see. Other questions relating to resi above offices I will pick up with other witnesses given the time that we have. Thank you very much. Now, loss of shopping frontage, please, impact on vitality and viability. See if I can cut this slightly shorter. Can we deal, first of all, with questions of broad approach? If we take out the pre-application advice that was given by the council to the applicant, please. CD 67. and turn to page 4. And under the heading spatial arrangements, it's clear there that 2 options were presented to the council. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Option 1, retail space and residential access, well positioned, creates a positive active frontage with spill out space to activate the square public space at ground floor level. And then option 2, the retail floor space seems to be similar to existing, which is supported. Plans should be developed further to show back of house areas and so on. Okay. We've seen the evidence that Mr. Taylor produced as part of his presentation, which we can get out, but you accept that insofar as this pre-app advice refers to options 1 and 2, what's being referred to is one option, which is to retain the retail frontage as it currently is, and another option is to provide active frontage onto a pocket plaza as currently proposed. That's right, isn't it?
Yes. So this is an early response in relation to 2 options, and it's expected that that will be explored further. But
yes, but in terms of option 1, clearly relating to the option that Mr. Taylor described and is shown in his plans, where you have retail space, the frontage is broken up, and you have retail space as proposed onto the public plaza, correct?
yes, it says there is retail space onto the public plaza.
It says retail space and residential access is well positioned and creates a positive active frontage with spill out space to activate the square public space at ground floor level. So it follows, doesn't it, Mr. Felton, that the council did not take any issue with or any point regarding the approach under the proposals to losing the retail frontage specifically onto Broadway and replacing that with a proposal involving the activation of frontage onto the public square. That's right, isn't it?
So I think we say that we were supportive of the provision of public open space in principle, but what was raised a number of times was the amount of space that was around that. I'm going
to come back to the amount of space, but the principle of losing frontage on Broadway and providing it instead in space that activated the public square was an approach to the scheme which was accepted by the council, wasn't it?
Yes, I think the approach to provide some public space was a positive in relation to this.
Yes, exactly. And those options included taking active frontage from Broadway itself and producing what Mr. Taylor described as a similar, not the same, but a similar amount of active frontage onto that public plaza. That's right, isn't it?
But I think the issue always has been the amount of space that fronts that, and the amount of commercial space that fronts that. Given the issues which I highlighted earlier, was in relation to what could be achieved at first floor to make this to avoid the loss of the retail space and to activate this space better.
I'm going to come on to your particular comments in a moment. Can you just stick with the question? The idea, as far as active frontages are concerned, of taking active frontage from the Broadway and putting it at a similar, not the same, but at a similar level onto the public square was a principle that was accepted by the council through the pre-app discussions, wasn't it?
Yes, we did say that we had a preference for that, but it was on the caveat that we got more commercial space around it, not necessarily exactly the same, but but more at first floor level, particularly.
Yeah, but I mean, there's nothing here to suggest that there's any such caveats placed or qualification placed as part of the pre-app advice given to the applicant, Mr. Feltham. I mean, one sees here that the retail space on residential access is well positioned and creates a positive active frontage with spill out place, positive active frontage. Mr. Feltham, no, nothing there raised about us having to do something more at first floor or anything like that.
I mean, I think that, if we look at the first line on spatial arrangement, it says, for the avoidance of doubt, the third option will be discussed further at forthcoming meetings. So this was just talking very generally, but there was clearly expected to be more detail on this to see how this would work and how this could be moved forward.
Yes, but yes, please, Mr. Feltham. I mean, obviously matters of detail are going to have to be discussed, but there was no in principle issue raised through the pre-app discussions with the treatment of the first floor in the scheme in retail terms, was there?
But this, as I was saying, this would have been one of the issues to be discussed at forthcoming meetings.
So, but option one, it's quite clear that option one would have included the approach to the first floor that has been described by Mr. Taylor already in the presentation. Option the setback is well received. There's a mention of developing the retail space further to show back of house areas. Nothing there about providing extra retail space at first floor, was there? I mean, Mr. Feltham, one would have expected any issue with the provision of first floor retail space to be mentioned there, wouldn't you?
I know that it was mentioned when we looked at this further at subsequent meetings. So,
well, I can ask Mr. Curry to explain that. Now, you suggested in evidence that there should be use of the first floor. Just to sort of round off, just introduce this point. Again, the GLA didn't raise any point either generally or particular in relation to the first floor, and it's pre-app advised, did it?
I don't recall that they did, but
as we've seen, they supported the scheme in terms of strategic town centre policy.
Just see that. So
CD 61 para 16. Don't think we need to turn to it in the time we've had, but we went through this yesterday.
Yes.
Town centre retail policy. So again, no issue about first floor provision there. And as a practicality, Mr. Feltham, again, I can ask Mr. Taylor to deal with this further. Perhaps you recall this from pre-app discussion, but the approach taken was that if you're going to have residential space on the second floor, that was going to line up with the amenity deck level at second floor level, and you can see the design rationale for that, correct?
So I'm just trying to work out where the levels, the second floor level. So we're not talking about first floor level, we're talking about second floor level.
Second floor level. I'm just going to walk you through the analysis here, and Mr. Taylor can explain it further. The rationale is if you're going to providing residential units at second floor, good idea to tie that in levels wise with the amenity deck on the second floor. You can see the rationale for that, can't you?
I can see, yes, I can see the rationale for that, the second floor level.
And then if then you're providing your retail space, which has to be of a particular height, 4 meters or so, I think, at ground floor level, again, you should obviously support the provision of retail space at adequate retail space at ground floor level, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. If you do that, having your retail at a level tied in with the amenity deck at second floor level, and you're providing your retail floor space at a certain height at ground level. A lot depends then on what space is left at first floor, doesn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think it's the first floor level. It's the use of the first floor level that's the issue, isn't it? Now,
Yes, exactly, and that will depend on the space you have to use that space. If you're accepting the rationale of tying in at second floor and having adequate space for retail space at the ground floor, adequate height for retail space at ground floor, that's right, isn't it?
yes. I mean, I guess there's a whole number of ways to design these buildings. There's once you get to the second floor, well, there'll be part of the second floor that could be used for certain things, and obviously some of what's on the first floor could go up to the second floor, or some of what's on the first floor proposed could go in the basement. But
if you're looking at retail space provision in the first floor, can I ask Mr. Taylor to explain this? There's a height constraint. Once you accept the design rationale of tying in the second floor levels and you provide retail space of a particular height in the ground floor, what he's going to explain to you is that you then don't have enough space to put a proper retail unit in at adequate heights at first floor level, which is why you have space for things like cycle parking on first floor, which itself ties in with car parking on first floor.
yeah, I mean,
There will be height issues at first floor, which can I ask Mr. Taylor to explain this, which may constrain the ability to provide retail space at first floor in any event. That's right.
It may. I mean, I'm not sure I accept that your proposition that it needs to be 4 meters in height, but I don't think it's ever been demonstrated that it wouldn't or couldn't work at first floor level.
Well, certainly. Okay. Well, I can ask Mr. Taylor to explain that, but you accept the general point that there could well be a design rationale that if you are wanting to tie in at second floor level and provide an adequate height for retail space at the ground floor, it's going to be an important consideration as to whether that leaves proper space for retail at first floor.
Yeah, but I mean, there's always on designing any scheme, there's always compromises and challenges. It's not, the ground and first floor as retail and commercial units is one of those things. It isn't necessarily trumped by having to have access to these from the second floor units directly on for all of that floor space that is the second floor.
But in the end, before you even start considering the first floor, I think you've accepted before that the architect's presentation reflected what had been accepted at pre-app stage, which showed a similar, not the same, but a similar level of active frontage under the proposed scheme. That's right, isn't it?
What in the you're saying that we said that in the pre-application?
No, what had been presented to the council, and which was the subject of the acceptance generally at pre-app stage, was a level of active frontage which wasn't the same, we've said that, but was similar to the current position.
I'm not 100% sure, but just looking at the scheme, there is less active frontage. But what there is crucially, I suppose, is less amount of floor space. So that's
okay. Well, we can come on to we're going to come on to floor space in a moment, but we can ask Mr. Taylor to comment on the extent of active frontage. One can see from the plans, we're not going to get them out now, but we can see the comparison between active frontage as proposed and as existing.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the public space is concerned, I mean, I think you hinted yesterday that that should really be bigger, but of course, if you take the overall approach to the site, which is generally accepted by the council, once you start trying to increase the size of the public space, you're putting pressure on the size of the retail space, Mr. Feltham, aren't you?
Well, and I suppose it's around the design of the buildings as well to some extent, I guess.
Sorry, can you just accept that answer, please? The more that you start saying you want to increase the public space, the more in general terms you're going to put pressure on the provision of retail space.
Yes, that's and other ground floor uses.
Okay. And in policy terms, again, we can go back to the policy if we want to, but the public space that's been provided, it's obviously a benefit in the sense that there is public space proposed, which is lacking at the moment. Fairly simple starting point, Mr. Feltham, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Very much. And it's entirely consistent with core strategy policy applied to Tolworth as an area of change, which seeks to encourage increased dwell time within the district centre.
Yeah, that would seem, I would tend to agree with that, yeah.
Very much. And the policy also indicates at T1, page 96, criterion G, that new housing will generate additional population and spend in the district centre, doesn't it?
Sorry, this is page 96 of
CD54, the core strategy. Policy T1, area of change, page 96.
But yes, I mean, in terms of additional residential will provide more people in the town centre.
Obviously, when one's considering the overall impact on the vitality and viability of the district centre, one has to take into account not only the frontage issue, which we've been debating, but the fact that this scheme will provide 499 new apartments with residents who are going to be right at the heart of the district centre and its retail space. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. But obviously, that also generates additional demand for such uses.
Yes, but in terms of asking what the effect on the vitality and viability of the centre is, the policy is anticipating that they will generate extra spend, which will support the district centre in its widest sense. That's right.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much. And as far as the applicant is concerned, it produced a retail health check for the purposes of the planning application, didn't it?
I don't recall.
Well, CD18, I hope we don't need to take it out. Perhaps we do, but CD18 is a retail health check.
Yeah.
Okay. And if we take out CD18 very briefly, and turn to, I think it's internal page 32. 32, paragraph 5. Yes, page 22, sorry. Paragraph 520.
Yeah.
The conclusion of that report is that the centre is on the whole vital and viable with no areas of fundamental weakness and vulnerability. The centre is therefore considered to be healthy. Again, no dispute taken by the council with the overall assessment in that report of the general health of the centre as it stands. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's a healthy centre.
Healthy centre. Thank you very much. And one factor I can note, Mr. Feltham, is that the evidence that's been sort of produced by the council, bearing in mind that the proposed residential will help the district centre as a whole, there's never been any consideration or assessment by the council of what the wider effect on the district centre would be through the loss of these units, has there? There's never been any wider assessment of the district centre as a whole and what the effect on its vitality and viability would be.
If this retail floor space were lost.
Yes, yeah. with the proposal and the residents additionals and the residents coming into the scheme. There's never been any assessment as far as the health of the district centre as a whole is concerned about the effect of losing these units.
Well, we obviously we've raised concerns that we're losing retail floor space overall.
Yes,
so,
but the question is whether it's going to harm the vitality and viability of the district centre, all other matters considered. And there's never been any assessment by the council that the loss of this extent of floor space is actually going to harm the vitality and viability of the district centre considered as a whole. That's right, isn't it?
Considered as a whole, but obviously this is a sort of probably at the heart of the district centre, being next to probably the biggest anchor store of M&S.
Exactly, M&S is the anchor. It reiterates my point. The council's never assessed whether what effect this would have on the vitality and viability of the district centre, has it? Taken as a whole?
Taken as a whole, no.
No, thank you. And just one final point on policy. Policy DM19 of the core strategy, please. Just possibly my final question. CD54 DM19, which is an internal page 165. 164, sorry. I think you referred in your evidence in chief to DM19 on protecting existing retail uses. You say retain shopping frontages in the district centres as designated on the proposals map, predominantly for retail use. And then it says applications for change of use that would threaten the predominance of A1 uses will be resisted. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Again, the policy is directed at ensuring that you have within the district centre as a whole a predominance of A1 uses, correct?
Well, it's actually also looking to retain shopping frontages.
No, it's retaining shopping frontages in the district centres predominantly for retail use. And said applications that would threaten the predominance of A1 uses will be resisted. So if one's looking at the entire extent of the shopping frontage in the district centre, okay, one is looking at a position where you make sure that the shopping frontages as a whole are retained predominantly for A1 uses, correct?
Yeah, that's what the policy says.
And the council has never suggested that insofar as a district centre has shopping frontages along its length, that you're going to be in a position where there is no longer a predominance of A1 uses within the shopping frontages that are retained as a result of these proposals.
And I mean, this is work that is done from, regularly by our policy team, but I'm not sure what the current situation is. But obviously, I guess the use classes have moved on anyway.
Yes, well, Mr. Curry to deal with that, but again, the council has never suggested that there would not be a predominance of A1 uses in the district centre retail frontages as a result of this.
No, I don't think we have.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, ma'am, it's taken that long, and I'm grateful, Mr. Felton, for your patience, but those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Linus. That's the end of cross-examination, Mr. Felton. What I would like to do, subject to this being acceptable to Mr. Burton, I would like to take lunch now and then come back. Well, depending on how long your re-examination is going to take, let's ask that first.
Well, ma'am, I've lost track of how long Mr. Feltham has been cross-examined. It feels like an awfully long time. So I do have a number of questions in re-examination.
I expected that. Yes.
Yeah. I actually can't remember when we started the cross-examination.
It was on Tuesday.
So obviously, madam, if you need a break, then we must stop for a break.
I think I would prefer to have a break and then go into re-examination. Obviously, Mr. Feltham, you are now able to talk to.
No.
No, sorry.
No.
Not sorry.
It's not, madam.
Sorry, no, because we haven't started. Sorry, we haven't started re-examination, so you're still not able to speak to anybody about the case. Okay,
Yes.
because otherwise you could get some pointers from somebody, etc., and you're not allowed to do that.
That's fine.
Sorry. I think I would prefer to take a break now, because I would imagine you have got some time that you want to spend on re-examination, Mr. Burton. Any idea of how long that would take? Is it going to finish today, or you're not quite sure?
Well, it jolly well better finish today, because we've got to get Mr. Price and Mr. Lee done.
I know, that's my concern. Well, we've definitely got to get, yes, we have to get both in.
Yes, madam, I'm sure it will finish today. There's no question of that. I'm hoping that we will at least manage to achieve Mr. Price as well, because if we don't manage to achieve Mr. Price as well, we're really in trouble.
Yes.
I think. So yes, I mean, but yeah.
Well, I am. If everybody is content, I'm content to do a shorter lunch break.
Well, that, I mean, that I always worry.
We can come back. It's 10 to 1 now.
Yeah.
We could come back at 1:30, or I'm content to come back at 1:50.
I always worry, particularly in a virtual inquiry, when one starts looking at cutting lunch breaks, because it's just it is tough doing this on screens, frankly. Speaking for myself anyway.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I understand. Obviously, Mr. Burton has re-examination to think about in any event. So I'm content not to have a shorter lunch break. If it helps, with all of our witnesses, I'll be saying how we can make evidence in chief as efficient as possible. And I don't anticipate Mr. Price being particularly long in chief, now that a lot of the issues have been ventilated already at the inquiry. I'm just asking him to confirm the provision, some of the issues.
I'd be most grateful for if there isn't repetition. Obviously, you need to ensure that key points are put across by your witness, obviously. But yes, I would appreciate if you can be as succinct as possible. If we can take a lunch break now, then please. I will adjourn until 10 to 1. So I will take the hour. Okay, so thank you.
Ah.
James, just to let you know, your mic's still on.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Scott.
All right, cheers.
Thanks.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Time's now 1:50, so I will resume the inquiry. I'll go straight over to Mr. Burton, please.
Thank you very much, Madam. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Feltham. Now, Mr. Feltham, I'm conscious you've not given evidence at inquiry before, so let me just explain to you the purpose of re-examination is to clarify answers that you have given in the course of cross-examination. Understood?
Yes, absolutely.
Very good. Right. So you are clear, and so Madam Inspector is clear as well. What I'm going to do is go back in time to the start of your cross-examination and go through from there. Okay, and I'll try to give you a bit of context so you understand where we are in the questioning. All right. So the first point, you were taken in the core strategy, and we may not even need to turn this up, but you were taken in the core strategy to policy T1. If we need to, it's CD54 electronic page 101. That's where it starts. And you were asked about, amongst other things, whether you agreed it said there would be new housing in the, and the words used, Tolworth Tower complex. Okay, do you recall?
Yes.
Now, I don't know if you need to turn it up, but what do you understand is meant by the term Tolworth Tower complex in policy T1?
I would understand that as Tolworth Tower, but the other buildings that relate to that, I suppose principally the ones that front your road, would include Marks and Spencer's and the car parking broadly. So yeah,
okay,
that's there.
So if you had to describe it in plan form, how would you describe it?
It would be that that sort of block, effectively going from your road through to Tolworth Broadway up towards the A3, and then sort of back along, heading north. So yeah, it wouldn't just be Tolworth Tower.
Thank you. Now, moving on, several questions. You were asked about the London plan in relation to opportunity areas, and you were taken to figure 2.5. If you need to go to it, it's CD53, and it's at page 42. The electronic page is a few on, but you may not need to go to it because you described that figure, Mr. Feltham, do you recall, as having a, quote, broad pink splodge, which you said was identifying Tolworth generally, and this is why I say you may not need to turn it up. Now, when Madam Inspector is looking at a development plan with a, your words, broad pink splodge on it, how do you say Madam should approach that broad pink splodge?
Well, I mean, all we can say at the moment is that Tolworth generally is an opportunity area, but that's the boundaries of that are still to be defined. So they are not defined by the broad pink splodge. that will be for us to as a council to work through to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. And just on that point, you were then asked several questions later, but you were asked about the emerging local plan, and you were taken to CD 59. We may not need to go here for the purpose of my question. So that's the early engagement regulation 18 consultation plan. You were taken to figure 1, where there's a marking possible opportunity area. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, I don't know if you are able to answer this question or not, Mr. Feltham. It may be that it has to be dealt with outside, but do you know whether the Reg 18 consultation on the emerging plan, which I believe ran in September, but do you know whether that was consulting on the boundary of the opportunity area?
I don't know. But I'm not sure it did. I mean, I think it sort of broadly says that we will need to define that. So, but I haven't been involved in that.
Okay. Are you aware of any consultation on the boundary of the opportunity area generally?
No.
Thank you. Now, you were taken and asked some questions, moving on again, about the regeneration strategy, and we will need to turn this up. That's CD 511, please.
Yeah.
And you were taken to internal page 27 and asked a number of questions. Now, you weren't certainly as I followed it, you weren't actually taken on to the next page. Could you just look at just take a moment to look at pages 27 and 28, please?
Yeah.
How do you read what is being envisaged there in terms of regeneration at the Tolworth Tower site?
Well, there is an image on page 28 which envisages, in terms of the sort of plan form. There's a whole list of various sort of objectives for that overall, but yes, it's certainly a lower rise scheme that's envisaged there than currently proposed.
And in terms of the uses envisaged?
Well, public realm on the ground floor, improving the quality and diversity of shops, services, community facilities, some new development for residential above the frontage, hotel, health, fitness, community facility, service workspace with business support and meeting conference facilities. That's probably the main one. You've also got decentralized energy network.
And what about the Tolworth Tower itself, if you're able to pick it out?
Mix. Well, I think it looks like a mix of no, so I'm not sure whether that's a Tolworth Tower. Well, yeah, I think it seems to be looking at this room remaining as office use, reducing the reliance on the car. But
Thank you. And its relevance to the appeal scheme?
Well, it's a guideline for which we've talked about in relation to how this site might be brought forward. That there is no sort of subsequent policy which has looked at this site, because as we know, the 2018 Tolworth area plan wasn't adopted.
Okay. And you anticipated my next question, because I now jump forward to the next document you were taken to, which was the Tolworth area plan. And I wonder if you could take that up, please. It's CD 558.
Yeah.
And I don't recall you were taken to page 30, which concerns economic assets.
I think we did briefly look at this page, possibly, but
okay.
Sure.
Well, okay. I have to apologise if you did. I missed it. Can you see whether it says anything about the Tolworth Tower there?
It's district centre. Is it economic?
Sorry, what does it say anything about the Tolworth Tower?
Sorry.
The words.
Sorry. I'm
trying to make it. I'm not asking you to peer. plan in the works.
Yeah. So yes, it's identified as an economic asset. It's the first one, in fact.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Thank you. I apologise if you were taken to that, but I missed it if you were. Sorry.
I might not have been. It might be a lot of
moving forward again, you were taken to the mayor's stages 1 and 2 reports. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were taken to the stage 2 report, which is CD6-2, and you were taken to paragraph 15. I apologise. Could you turn that up, please?
Yes.
Now, you weren't taken to paragraph 19. Could you please just have a look at that? Read it by all means.
Yeah.
And tell us what it's saying and what you understand.
It's talking about the dated marketing report from 2015 in relation to concerns over the loss of the office space and also the loss of retail space.
Yeah, and why? Well, what's your take on why the mayor has put this paragraph here under the heading? Sorry, I've managed to. What have I done with the document? I've got so many open, I've lost it. Under the heading land use principles.
Sorry, in relation to this paragraph 19.
Yeah.
Sorry, I lost what the question
Sorry,
was.
why has what's your take on why the mayor has put this paragraph here? Why the GLA have put this paragraph here?
Okay, yeah, because
under the heading land use principles.
Because well, the council have raised concerns over the loss of office and retail floor space, so the highlighting that is an issue.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, moving on again, you were taken to the council's statement of case, CD46, and question was put that there's nothing mentioned in terms of the reasons for refusal as far as design is concerned, or mentioned in the heading to the part of the statement of case that dealt with the reason for refusal. Now, could I ask you please just look at para 7.3 of the statement of case, read it please.
Yeah.
Okay, what's it saying?
It's saying the disbenefits associated with the scheme are conflicting with the development plan, This combined with the bland generic nature of T2 and T3 means there is no beautiful design compensation to make up the harms caused by the scheme, and that is then considered in the planning balance.
Yeah, and how does that sit with your own position?
Sorry, in terms of how I consider the design or the it's well, we've got a it means that when we're balancing this, we can't give any sort of benefit to the quality of design, because it's not considered to be a beautiful design which the NPPF envisages.
Yeah. Now, you were asked questions about the design quality of the scheme outside T2 and T3. Do you recall?
Yes.
And in particular, in relation to the Tolworth Tower. Okay. Now, because it wasn't in your proof of evidence, and not mentioned by you orally, and you agreed that in terms of design quality of the rest, it wasn't in your proof, and you didn't say, I think you said, I didn't say it today, i.e. your evidence in chief. Now, in terms of the appeal scheme, what did you consider when you came to prepare your evidence for this inquiry?
I considered the whole scheme. I in terms of Tolworth Tower, it was in relation to I suppose that from a design point of view, the not being changes which would significantly detract from the quality of the beautiful building that we have already.
Yeah, and you explain that in your answer in cross-examination. I'm not going to go over that. What I do need to ask you about, though, is a question you were asked about the committee report on this point, the design approach to Tolworth Tower on the 2018 application. So that's the next document. You recall CD72. If you turn that up, please. Now, the first question about this is who was the author?
Well, it was authored by the development management, but it wasn't me. It was probably ultimately cleared by Barry Lomax.
Well, I think there is a name on the document that I could see. As far as
Ah, is there? Okay.
Well, I mean, unless I'm misreading it, if you look at the first page.
So I'm missing that. I mean, it's I can't say I can would either be talks about inquiries for Samuel Nichols, and
I may be misreading how things work in Kingston. But it wasn't you, Mr. Felton.
It wasn't me. No, Samuel Nichols is a Democratic Services officer, but it would probably have been actually in the name of the assistant director. I suspect.
All right. So, well, I apologise. I think I'd misread how it works by seeing the name at the top. But
Yes.
what you've confirmed is actually what I wanted to ask you about. Was it you? No, it wasn't you.
Wasn't me. Definitely wasn't me.
So, you were taken to paragraphs 54 and 100. I'm taken to 54 first. So go to that, please.
Yes.
You were not taken to the paragraphs prior to 54. Could you just take a moment, please? And you probably actually need to just take a moment and read the section, I think, that starts at paragraph 40 under heading design, but then read through until you get to 54.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Now, just working back then from paragraph 54, which you were taken to, perhaps taking paragraphs 52 and 53 as a pair, as they seem to be. What's your understanding of what the author of this report is saying there? In external design terms, which is what these questions were about.
So it talks about the So it talks about the top of the building and how that changes. So yeah, there's some diminishing the clarity of the top of the building. So there were some concerns raised there. There's some disruption to the roof, stair core, and body of the building, adding to the actual perceived height and bulk of the building. And it says marrying the current elegance to the architecture. I'm not entirely quite sure what that means. So yeah, it's talking about some of the changes, some concerns. It's not suggesting that all is very positive, or that this is all positive as such.
Yes. Okay. So some concern. Just the same question. Thinking about this in terms of external design, could you look at now the previous paragraph as well, paragraph 51? And I'm particularly interested in your thoughts on the final sentence in terms of external appearance.
The final sentence being, this is supporting will go some way to improving air circulation, minimize mechanical ventilation.
Yeah, is that concerned with external appearance?
Not particularly. It's talking about other benefits. But yes, I mean, it's reducing the mechanical ventilation, but it's talking about the air circulation benefits, and overall, it's talking about kind of trying to minimize the changes to the current building, which we've described as a good building.
And the same question about the previous paragraph, I think.
Yes, I mean, this a lot of these changes are because of the change of use, which is by necessity altering the appearance of this building. So I think there's a number of compromises here to allow the residential development.
Okay. So when Madam Inspector comes to paragraph 54, how do you say she should interpret it?
So it's really sort of talking about the internal changes and modernisation of the building. This, which necessitates some changes to the external appearance. Those changes aren't really considered to be positive, but they've been done in a way that tries to minimise within the constraints of this the impact on the change, the impact on the appearance of this building.
Thank you. And now you were also taken to paragraph 100. And if we could go to that paragraph, please. As we do so, just looking through the report, are you able to tell me whether there is another part of the report that deals with the topic of design?
No, so the section that we've just talked about is the section on design.
Now, when Madam Inspector comes to paragraph 100, we can all see what it says. How do you say Madam Inspector should approach what is said there?
So I think it's we're talking about the improvements to the landmark building are sort of largely internal sort of fabric improvements. The changes would modernize the building, but actually, if we bear in mind what we've just read through, it's probably not, I would suggest, not all about the external appearance of the building. It's about bringing the building up to a better, a more modern standard, rather than it improving the external appearance of the building. That doesn't seem to flow from the section on design that we've talked about. That's seems very much about trying to minimize the impact that these changes would have on the external appearance.
Right, thank you. Now, it was in the context of that document and the questions that Maloney friend asked you about that, Mr. Felton, sticking with his external appearance of Tolworth Tower theme, that you, in answer to a question, did you accept that significant weight must be given to the improvement to Tolworth Tower? You said to be consistent, yes.
I'm sorry, I asked a question in respect of paragraph 100, which refers to significant weight is attributed to the improvement to the appearance of the building.
Absolutely. Yes.
Feltham agreed that significant weight should be given to the appearance, to the improvement of the appearance of the building consistent with that paragraph.
Yeah, well, my note is to be consistent, yes. Now, consistent, first of all, with what, Mr. Feltham, when you gave your answer?
With, I suppose, with this report.
And now, with the benefit of having looked over the design section,
yes, it's certainly not clear that there should be significant weight given to, certainly to the to an improvement to the appearance of the building, but the improvement to the external appearance of the building. But that's.
I'm sorry, ma'am, to interrupt. This is highly inappropriate. That a very clear concession that was given by Mr. Feltham by reference to the report is being sought to be retracted in this way. This just is not right.
No, there's absolutely nothing inappropriate about this whatsoever when the witness was not taken, as I had to do, to the relevant paragraphs dealing with design. I'm afraid, if a witness is simply taken, lurched to a paragraph in a report that they haven't written, then this will happen in re-examination, and we'll have to look at the actual paragraphs.
That concession was made after I took Mr. Feltham to exactly the same paragraph that you did. It was a conclusion which summarised every single aspect of the previous analysis in the report. So I'm not asking Mr. Feltham to. I wasn't asking him to take any position as far as earlier paragraphs are concerned. I was asking him to deal with the overall summary of the position as expressed in paragraph 100. He gave a very clear concession that I will be relying upon.
Well, my learned friend would be quite wrong to rely upon a concession that was based on questions that didn't take the witness to the relevant paragraphs, which I had to take the witness to, madam. So I do not accept for one moment this is inappropriate, I'm afraid.
You can hear what we have to say about that in submissions, ma'am. The paragraph that I took Mr. Feltham to was a concluding paragraph in the planning balance, which was plainly drafted to draw together the conclusion, which was based on preceding analysis in the report, whatever paragraph Mr. Burton wants to take him to. And I do say that I was quite careful to base my questions on that concluding paragraph, which drew together all aspects of the case. There can't be any realistic suggestion that paragraph 100 did not take into account any earlier paragraphs in the report, including the paragraphs that Mr. Burton has taken Mr. Feltham to in the concluding section on the planning balance. And however much he might try to pick out other particular paragraphs in the report, it simply doesn't go anywhere near the conclusion that was reached, which Mr. Feltham accepted, and in terms applied to this scheme. So I'm afraid I will make submissions about it, but it's entirely wrong to do this in this way.
No, I don't accept that. The questions were about the external appearance of the Tolworth Tower refurb.
I took Mr. Feltham to that paragraph to refer to a conclusion that was reached about the positive modernisation of the building. And then I took him to paragraph 100, which reached a general conclusion on the weight to be given to the design matters, including significant weight to be given to the appearance, the improvement in the appearance of the building. Those are two paragraphs I gave. As I've indicated, I could have taken him to any number of paragraphs in the report, but I went to the conclusion because in the interest of dealing with this expeditiously, that seems to be the most appropriate part of a report to go to, which summarises the earlier paragraphs. one cannot then refer to other paragraphs in the report which preceded the conclusion to try and unstitch the conclusion that Mr. Feltham accepted. Completely wrong.
No, that's not right. My learned friend took Mr. Feltham to paragraph 54. He didn't take him, took him to 54. He didn't take him to the paragraphs that led up to 54. Then this was all in the context of questions about external appearance.
I then took him to paragraph 100, which was
sorry, Mr. Linus, I've let you finish. You must let me finish. He didn't take him to the paragraphs that led up to paragraph 54. All in the context of questions about external appearance. Dropped Mr. Feltham in at 54, and then straight on from that to 100. With questions. Now, if my learned friend was not putting questions to Mr. Feltham about external appearance, he failed, I'm afraid, entirely to make that clear. My position and my submission is that it's absolutely clear his questions were on the basis of external appearance, which is exactly why I had to go back to the paragraphs leading up to 54 so Mr. Feltham could see what they actually said and didn't say about external appearance. So we could get to that point, and then we can go on to paragraph 100, which doesn't make sense otherwise. So there's nothing inappropriate about this. I mean, my learned friend can make submissions, but I'm absolutely I just won't have it that this is inappropriate, because it's not.
Well, paragraph 100 is written in very clear terms, and I was putting the point to Mr. Feltham in the clear concluding terms that were expressed there. So, ma'am, I am not going to change my position at all on this, because it was quite clear by the time one reached paragraph 100 what the report was trying to do. And I simply put my questions to Mr. Feltham were on the basis of paragraph 100 as a general concluding paragraph. It was quite clear what I was doing.
Obviously, I have the document. I've read the document. I can see exactly what was said at the time by the author at the time. Obviously, I understand that Mr. Feltham was not that author.
Yes, but ma'am, I specifically asked Mr. Feltham, and he conceded that significant weight should be attached.
Yes, and I have that written down.
And he accepted that that was something that he had failed to take into account in the planning balance in this case. So very clear concessions. There wasn't any sense of ambiguity about those at all in my submission. So it was always put on the basis that that was another author, but I then moved on to ask him to express his view based on the approach that had been taken by the council before, and he gave his view, and I recorded it.
Yeah. And madam, that is why it was so important that Mr. Feltham's answer was in terms of consistency with that report. And that's why it was necessary for me to show Mr. Feltham, which you seem to be seeing for the first time, what the paragraphs under the design heading actually said. And really, it speaks for itself, because he's now seen, you've heard his evidence, having actually read the paragraphs, and that's his evidence. And actually, it's not, my learned friend says it's seeking to, I don't know, inappropriately withdraw a concession. No, it's clarifying the answer by reference to what the document actually says, and bearing in mind, crucially, Mr. Feltham's answer to my learned friend was to be consistent. Yes. So we've looked at what the document actually says. Mr. Feltham has seen it, and he's given his evidence based on what it actually says.
I don't think we can say anything more. You have my position completely wrong, and I'd be saying so in closing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Linus. Mr. Burton, can you continue, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam. So, yeah, that's probably that's probably enough on that topic. I mean, obviously, Mr. Felton, Madam Inspector, is interested in your view as the witness, and may also be interested in what another officer of the council thought in October 2019. In terms of your view regarding the external appearance of the Tolworth Tower, are you satisfied that you've given that view in your evidence?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Fine. Now, may I ask you, in light of the answers that you have given, and you were, of course, it was put to you by my learned friend that this was something you'd ignored in the planning balance, and you agreed. Now, in light of the answers that you have just given today, do you need to revisit your planning balance?
I actually don't think that I do need to revisit that. No. I mean, I think well, I suppose in terms of just thinking about that, in terms of this is giving significant weight to the improvement of a landmark building, albeit not necessarily the external appearance of that building. So in terms of that could go into the planning balance. Not that it would change the planning balance ultimately.
Not right. So it wouldn't change the planning balance. Okay. Now, if we move on some way to daylight and sunlight, please, in the context of amenity space. And it was yeah, there were various questions about the at least 2 hours on the 21st of March test in the BRE guide. Do you recall?
Yes.
And you and my learned friend had a number of exchanges about the main area of play space and the whole area of the deck. And he put to you that the proposals meet the 2 hour test across the amenity area as a whole. And you said, yes, but it's obviously split kind of into two, in that the southern part is well served by sunlight, the northern part is where there's much more overshadowing and therefore much less sunlight. I accept that overall it passes, but this area would be less desirable, and this area, you were talking about the northern bit with the main play area, would be less desirable from a sunlit point of view. Now, appreciate the BRE is only guidance, but what do you say, Madam Inspector, should do with that at least 2 hours test in terms of the podium? What's the right approach? Is it to apply the test to the overall deck, or to apply it to the main play space, or to do both of those things, or some other formulation?
I mean, the guidance talks generally about 50%, but obviously, in terms of you know, when we're looking at particular areas of play space, well, then we do end up with some, and we're taking that as a sort of separate area. Then we are ending up with that as having significantly less than 50%. So I suppose you know, we're looking at this as an overall design of this space, and where we end up with the northern section effectively having limited sunlight. Well, that is it must be an issue that has to be considered.
Okay, thank you. Then questions moved on to wind, and I think we need to turn up Ms. Shilston's proof, CD97, and it was figure 6, of course, you were looking at, which is that's the summer season wind on the deck.
Yep.
At PDF page 16, and you had various exchanges with my learned friend about this, including about it being a summer diagram, but you then got to the little box with 212 on it, and you were talking about, I'm sorry, I've just managed to lose my page. Sorry, just bear with me, this spelling. Yeah. And you said that you talking about 212, you said that was one of the areas that you'd expect to be used for sitting. My learning friend said, well, 212 is one location in that area, and put it in context, this is a gentle breeze. It's not even at strolling level under the Lawson criteria. We'd have a street or a park. We're not near a strolling result. You wouldn't expect people to want to sit here. And you said, no, people would want to sit here. And if we move 2 meters or 5 meters away towards 214 or 210 from there, we've nothing to suggest that the whole area won't be windy on that artificial grass, which could easily be where somebody chooses to sit and read a book. Now, Obviously, the diagrams about the summer. We're now late October. I'm looking out the window where I am. What's your expectation for how that space would be used at this time of year? Or is meant to be used, rather?
Yeah, that again, that would expect that to be used in a similar way. People may well expect to sit in that location. So the idea is that it's to be used all year, and for sitting would be a very common thing for somebody to want to do, to get some fresh air, etc.
Thank you. And you were then asked some questions about thermal comfort, you recall?
Yes.
One of the things you explained was in the course of your evidence is that a thermal comfort analysis wasn't something advanced application stage.
Yeah.
Now, you would the City of London document is CD 816. Could you turn that up, please? And see if we can find a date for it.
Yeah, December 2020.
Yeah. Now, how does that date sit? Can you tell us with firstly, the application?
My recollection is that this was in place before the application was submitted.
And to be clear, when was the first time that, so far as you're aware, a thermal comfort analysis was advanced?
I think it was in the proof. I think that was the first time that we saw this.
Yeah. And are you able to say, was that something that was notified prior?
No, we didn't expect that.
What do you say, Madam Inspector, should do with this thermal comfort analysis and the results?
Well, it's not a document that we recognise in Kingston. It only applies to the City of London. So we as a council would use this document. So I guess we wouldn't expect it to be taken into account in the decision of the inspector.
Now, moving on to today, I think, and questions about the policy matrix concerning the amount of amenity space and play space. Now, a number of times it was put to you that the council's residential design SPD, that couldn't have been making assumptions about what developers would have to add on in terms of play space, yeah, separate category from amenity space, many years later in the London Plan 2021, and this was put on a number of different occasions, and you said I don't think you said, I think it's dealt with as a separate policy. Now, can we look at CD 519, please? Which is that's the mayor's play space SPG. And want to see what that says, see if it helps us understand what the position was back at the time of the core strategy and the residential design SPD, because that's a July 2013 document, of course. Now, have you got 519 up?
Yes, I have, yes.
Yeah, now the first thing to do, please, is just to check the date on that document to orientate ourselves.
Yeah, so September 2012.
Yeah, okay. Now, if you turn, please, to electronic page 13 in that document.
Yeah.
And tell me what you see. What?
That's policy 3.6.
Yeah. Now, so what are we? Yes. Well, what are we seeing?
So this policy states that proposals should make provision for play and informal recreation based on the child population generated by the scheme.
To be clear, Mr. Feldman, which London plan is that coming from? Is it coming from the 2021 London plan or a different London plan?
No, so it's I'm not sure what year, but yes, it would be from is it 2011? Or,
yeah. So did the 2011 London plan contain a play space policy, or did that for the first time come in 2021?
No, it did include a play space policy.
Now, we then moved on through a number of questions to the Surrey House decision, which unfortunately you didn't have before you, and I don't know if you do have it. Sorry, the Surrey House. I say decision. No, the committee report, not the committee report, which you didn't have before you. And I don't know if you do have before you now, but you won't. I don't think you'll necessarily need to turn it up, Mr. Feltham. My learned friend put to you that the view reached there was that a shortfall would be partially mitigated by indoor space and that meant that internal space can mitigate a calculated shortfall. And this was in the context of questions about the SPD, residential design SPD policy guidance 13. Yeah. And you said that isn't necessarily the approach I would take. Could you explain that, please?
Well, the policy guidance is very clear that we're talking about outdoor amenity space. So indoor amenity space can be provided, but what we're talking about here is outdoor amenity space.
Now, you were then asked a number of questions, still on policy guidance 13, about factors that might point to a lowering of the standard in that policy guidance.
Yes.
And it was put to you that there are a number of site constraints, relevant site constraints, and it was put to you that no part of your evidence even attempts to address these matters. None of it's considered in your evidence, and you said I did consider these constraints. Now, could we please turn up could we turn up the statement of common ground, please? So that's at CD 4.5, the main statement of common ground. And turn it within that to paragraph 8.9.
Yes.
Now, what's your understanding in terms of what the application of policy guidance 13 and of course 14 gets one to in terms of a requirement? Is that something that is in dispute or is in agreement between the parties?
That is in agreement. So yeah, 5,409 square meters.
Thank you. Now, questions then moved to matters of urban greening, and it was pointed out that in your proof you referred to the question of structural limitations, and my learned friend said he'd have Mr. Taylor pick it up in more detail, but he took you to CD 116 and there were some questions about that. Now, could we look please at your proof at paragraph 1512, and perhaps you could just read it. It's a short paragraph. Could you just read it out, please?
Yeah, so Alex Maguire has analysed the performance of the appeal scheme against the policy requirements, concludes that it has not been demonstrated that the purported structural limitation of the existing car park deck has been fully investigated, nor have opportunities been taken to incorporate vertical urban greening. I agree with Mr. Maguire. Even as a non-engineer, I find it really surprising that no consideration has been given to vertical urban greening or even some of the facades of the car park beyond the very modest area proposed as a wall to the Pocket Plaza.
Now, what are you talking about when you're talking about vertical urban greening?
So this is green walls. I mean, it can be. That's probably the main vertical urban greening. I mean, obviously, trees and things like that would be slightly different, but vertical, yes, put plants up buildings.
Plants up buildings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I mean, the questions you were asked about structural loading, how do they fit into vertical urban greening?
Yeah, there should be no impact on that. My understanding is that it's the, I suppose, horizontal urban greening by putting extra things onto the car park structure that's purported to be the issue, but putting things up, planting up the buildings and car parks, etc., isn't considered to have any loading implications.
Yeah. Yeah, and obviously Mr. Maguire gave his evidence. Right, moving on. Yeah, you were asked questions about whether the council had imposed an obligation on in a section 106 on other schemes to complete the whole scheme, you recall. And you said that we've certainly been discussing that on other sites. You said you weren't aware whether it's actually been a requirement, but it could be, or it could be a reason for refusal. Now, obviously, I've got to be just as careful as my learned friend was, and you flagged the confidentiality point in relation to other applications. So I asked this question with exactly that same warning to you not to answer if it would obviously cause an issue in that respect. But are you able to give, Madam Inspector, any idea of how those other sites you're referring to compare to this one in terms of where the viability sits across the different elements?
Yes, certainly. In very similar, in fact, in that through discussing in viability assessments, it becomes apparent that certain elements are more viable than other elements. We then look to see how we secure the whole scheme to ensure that we don't miss out on important parts of the scheme, important benefits. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm obviously I'm deliberate. I'm not going to ask you for further detail because I don't want to. Yeah, don't want to risk anything there. Then moving on to questions you were asked about policy DM13 and 3-bedroom plus units requirements. Now, my learned friend asked you a number of questions about what Mr. Ashdown has done, obviously noting that Mr. Ashdown and Mr. Scott are looking at this now. He put to you that one scenario Mr. Ashdown had looked at got to, as we know, 27.5%. And you said he's come up with that figure, but you didn't understand it had actually gone through, as it were, more appraisal, and that, obviously that's what Mr. Ashdown and Mr. Scott are looking at. My learned friend then said, or put to you, let's assume the scheme would be below the line. So that's in terms of viability, below the line at 27.5%. So a 3-bed unit. That demonstrates the scheme complies with policy. And you said yes, as it would be unviable. Now, obviously, and I need to understand this. You've given evidence about needing to get as close to the 30% as possible, and I wasn't clear whether your answer, Mr. Felton, concerned a scheme which had 27.5% and no more would be viable, or this scheme with the 6.8% proposed if 27.5% would not be viable.
So my understanding of that was if 27.5% were not viable, then 27.5% couldn't be provided, and that would then comply. That would effectively meet the viability test in relation to DM13. But what then would need to be looked at would be to then look at a lower level of 3-bedroom units to see what was viable.
Well, that was actually what I understood your position was, but I needed to clarify in light of the answer you've given.
I'm sorry to interrupt again, but again, I can make submissions on this as necessary, but I deliberately didn't ask any more questions on the 3-bed issue because I was told that Mr. Felton's position was that if 27.5% was unviable, we complied with policy. And in those circumstances, I frankly don't understand how, again, it's getting back to this issue about dealing with answers that have been given in cross-examination. If Mr. Felton's view was that involved compliance with policy, I didn't understand him to be saying that anything more was required of the applicant if policy was complied with. And that's why I moved on.
Well, I know my learned friend was trying to go as fast as he could, but
yes, but if policy is complied with, it's a reasonable point at which to move on, because if policy is complied with, you don't then have a position where you're being asked to comply more with policy or to deal better with the conflict with policy, because there's no conflict to address, and that is why I moved on. No,
well, it was unclear. I've now cleared it up. I'm afraid I don't agree with my learned friend.
I'm sorry. I can't see why an answer to me, which was to the effect that if 27.5% is unviable, there is compliance with policy, leaves any shadow of doubt as to what the policy position would be.
Well, because it wasn't put to the witness, and the witness had given evidence, as my learned friend knows, that if one can't hit the 30%, then one needs to get as close as possible.
That's why I asked the question.
But I'm afraid
that's why I asked if we meet 27.5%, we comply with the policy, and that answer said yes. So we don't need to go any further.
Well, no, I disagree.
Can I just come in here, because I was going to raise this as a further question after re-examination, because I wanted to understand exactly what that answer meant.
Okay, well, I've got.
So, Mr. Burton, thank you for raising it, because I didn't actually understand exactly what Mr. Feltham was getting at, and I didn't want to interrupt Mr. Linus because he was moving on in his cross-examination. So I was going to raise that again. So if you wish to continue, Mr. Burton.
Well, Mr. Feltham's given his answer, which is, as you've heard, if 25% isn't viable, then you look at what. Well, I mean, why don't you say it again, Mr. Feltham, so there's no ambiguity.
Yes, yeah. So my understanding when I was asked about the 27.5% was, well, that would then not be a scheme that would be viable, but I then would expect, as I've said previously, that we then look at what is the maximum viable, or something at least that's above 6.88%, to sort of reduce that conflict.
Yeah.
So yeah, I must say I haven't understood it in the way that Mr. Linus had set that out. It talks about, in fact, it probably is worth just me getting that policy. Yeah, so we look to provide a minimum of 30%, unless it would be obviously demonstrated to be unsuitable or unviable. We then look to see what can be provided. I was accepting that if 27.5% was unviable, then that wouldn't work as a scheme, and we'd have dealt with the first part of that policy, but we would still need to look at what was viable.
Well, madam, I hope that clarifies Mr. Feltham's position.
That does, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feltham. Now, you were then taken on to the economic analysis study, CD78, and my learned friend read from part of paragraph 7.29. And that's at electronic page 97. Now, could I just ask you to just read the bit that my learned friend didn't read, which is at the bottom of the paragraph from, I think, nevertheless. Could you read it aloud, please?
Yes, nevertheless, the area is identified as a key area of change in the core strategy, and there could be scope for demand and rental values to increase in future as the area is regenerated and higher quality uses and developments are encouraged. although this would depend upon the scale, scope and nature of investments.
Yeah, great. Okay. Thank you. And you were then asked some questions about the office viability report, which is the Avison Young report. I think Mr. Lee is taking responsibility for it, or may the author it. I'm not sure. Which is CD 129, and my own friend picked up various points made in various paragraphs, and I noticed he picked up a point about the you may need to turn it up, I don't know, but he picked up a point about the this was, I think, around paragraph 3.2, the secondary nature of the approach to the entrance. Do you recall?
Yes.
Yeah. Now I just wondered, could we just take up the application plans, and so that's CD4, and if you I just want to look at the proposed ground floor, so that's 08052. And just tell us, is it proposed that there would only be the entrance round the back of Ewell Road under the scheme? I appreciate. To Tolworth Tower.
So I'm just trying to actually, I'm not sure. I'm just looking at this, trying to work out quite what quite where the entrances are actually. So I just, it's on the ground floor plan.
Yeah.
Well, I
tell you what, Mr. Felton, look at the proposed level 1, which might help you understand.
Okay, yes. So we have the business space there. That comes from the front. Okay, yeah. So that comes from the front, from the Tolworth Broadway side, effectively. So yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now, fine. You then asked various questions about marketing, and my own friend put to you that as a matter of policy, when the proposal came forward in October 29, the council was satisfied the policy, this is policy DM17, was complied with despite the marketing material being 4 years old. And you said I'm not sure when the application was received, and questions then moved on. Now, why did you say anything about when the application was received? What's the relevance?
Well, just to see when the application was submitted in relation to the marketing that had happened previously.
Okay. Now, in terms of, you were taken to the marketing brochure that Mr. Lee pens, you recall that?
Yes.
And you were then taken to the marketing brochures appended to the office viability report.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, in terms of, you, obviously, I'm conscious you did not draft the committee report on the 2018 application, so you may or may not be able to say. But in terms of the marketing evidence that was before the council at that time, what did that consist of? That evidence, do you know?
I don't know categorically, no.
Okay. That's fine. I can explore that with Mr. Lee. And now, you were asked questions about supply and demand. And you were asked about paragraph, I just make sure I get this right. Oh, sorry. Electronic page 21 of the office viability report, CD 129. You were asked about what's said about demand there.
Sorry, what paragraph was that?
Electronic page 21 of CD 129.
Yeah.
And 7.5.
Yes.
Demand. And it says there, currently there are no office requirements that we are aware of for Tolworth. Do you see those words?
Yes.
And it continues. Okay, so that's what you were asked about. And you gave an answer, and it was put on the basis you haven't raised an issue with that. And you said, well, because we haven't raised an issue doesn't mean there isn't, or words to that effect. How do you see the council's role when an application comes before it that engages the employment policies, DM17 E1, like this application, as a matter of principle?
Well, we would expect, we would assess it against policy DM17, where we would expect which says alternative use will not be acceptable unless it's been demonstrated by sound evidence and rigorous marketing over a number of years, up to 2 years. There is no quantitative or qualitative need for a range of employment uses.
And who would be expected to, as it were, gather the evidence and produce it?
The applicant would be expected to gather that and produce that and do the marketing, or range of marketing.
Now, what have you seen Mr. Feltham, in terms of marketing evidence that post-dates May 2015?
I haven't seen any evidence of actual marketing.
Now, my learned friend told you that in terms of questions relating to, well, my learned friend asked you some questions about suggesting that an office resi split, seems to be suggesting an office resi split should have, or it was significant that hadn't been advanced to get to the benchmark land value, and you explained you wouldn't be putting a residential value in to get to benchmark land value, and explain your position. And my learned friend said that other questions relating to residential above offices he'd pick up with other witnesses given the time. Now, who is it who in the council's evidence deals with the various points about residential above offices and the technical difficulties and so
From Mr. Maguire looked at that and said that could work.
Yeah. Thank you. And then you were asked about the pre-application letter we have from the council in the core documents at core document 6.7. So this is the pre-app response of 23rd of April 2020.
Yes.
And you said, and the discussion was about your point, which you've made various times, about the need for extra commercial space at the first floor around the plaza. It was put to you there was no in principle issue raised through pre-app discussions with the first floor, and you said this would have been one of the issues to be discussed at forthcoming meetings. And there was another question, one would have expected any issue with the first floor retail space to be mentioned, and you said, I know it was mentioned when we looked at this further at subsequent meetings. So could you just explain, and perhaps you need to just actually think about the chronology here, if you can remember. But that answer, you say, I know it was mentioned when we looked at this further at subsequent meetings. So what are you referring to?
I'm referring to the issue of making the retail stroke commercial floor space at the base of these two towers 2 stories rather than 1 stories. Now, this I recall was mentioned at meetings that I was at, but I didn't then necessarily go on to attend all the other meetings, but have checked with my urban design team, and they also say that this was mentioned basically at every stage in relation to this issue.
Thank you. And it was put to you that in terms of the size of the public space, the plaza, you'd suggest it should be bigger. My learned friend put to you, but once you try to increase the size of the public space, you're putting pressure on the size of the retail. And you said, well, it's around the design. I think it's around the design of buildings. Could you explain that, please?
Well, I suppose if I sort of look at the ground floor plan.
Sorry, are you looking at a plan now?
I am looking at a plan.
Right. Okay.
It's in part about, well, how do you partly how those uses are divided up, but also, well, where you decide to put the building, what shape and design the building is. If the the buildings actually in this case, there is a you could design this in a way with a bigger public plaza and a differently designed buildings that would allow that additional space. So I don't think, as the design review panel were talking about, well, they suggested there should be more space. Well, that never changed, but actually clearly they envisaged that these buildings would be moved further apart. I guess is what I was thinking when I said that.
Okay. And to be clear, the buildings should be, are you talking about the buildings being picked up and moved, or the gap between them being further apart, or both?
Well, it could be either or. It would clearly be possible to design this if you started with the space in the middle and then you design the buildings around that space. So yeah, you could move them further apart. Obviously, you're constrained by the site, so you can't go beyond the site. So if you make the space bigger, well, maybe you have to make the buildings in a slightly different shape or slightly smaller.
And then you were asked questions about the retail side of things, and whether there be harm to the vitality of the district centre, and it was put to you that the council hadn't assessed that, and your answer was, I've got considered as a whole, but obviously this is at the heart of the district centre, next to the anchor of the M&S. My learned friend said, that's my point. The council hasn't assessed what effect this would have taken as a whole, and you said no. Now, could we just look, please, could we look to the committee report, actually, just to pick up one point that arises out of that, which is, so this is CD 6.4, and the section dealing with loss of retail floor space. No, that section. No, I'm looking. Am I looking in the right place? Sorry, Mr. Feld, I may be looking in the wrong place, and apologies if I am. You may. you may just have to ignore. No, I'm not looking in the wrong place. Right. It's the responses. And if you go to page 4, electronic page 4, you should see an entry, Marks and Spencer PLC.
Yes.
Now, what are they saying?
They object to the application, and apart from the impact on this, well, they talk about potential impacts on their store, which obviously could harm the vitality and viability of Tolworth District Centre, which is also what they say. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now, your proof at para 11.8, please, which is the sorry, 11.18, sorry, which is your conclusion in relation to the whole issue of loss of employment for sports space and ground floor commercial and commercial shopping branches.
Yes.
Now, you say in that paragraph, just read it through, please. But I want to ask you. What I want to ask you in the context of these questions is, you say the appellant has not demonstrated that there is no demand for the office abuse. The loss of this and the loss of commercial floor space and its lack of replacement around new public space at first floor would have a detrimental effect on the local economy and the offer vibrancy of the district centre. Now, in light of the answer you've given, I want to understand how you reach that sentence, please.
Well, because we're losing protected shopping frontage, so it's removing some of that protected shopping frontage, and we end up with a net loss of ground and first floor commercial floor space, which actually are the national. You've got Costa and you've got Boots, or some national chains, which, yeah, I guess we don't know whether they would come back, and the only bar and pub in the district centre. So yes, we think, okay, well, it would, because of this loss, it would have an impact on the offer and vibrancy of the district centre.
Right, thank you. And that's the last of my questions in re-examination. Thank you very much, Mr. Felton. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. I haven't got any further questions. So you'll be pleased to hear, Mr. Feltham, that you are now released from any further questioning, and you can be released from the witness stand. Now, it is now 3:45. I would like to take a break, and then we will start. Are we going to be starting with evidence in chief for Mr. Price, Mr. Linus? Is that the case?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
I would like to then ask everybody to be back at 4:15, please. Thank you. I'll adjourn for now.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll make a start back. I'll resume the inquiry. Thank you. Mr. Linus, please, if you'd like to call your first witness.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I
Sorry, I do apologize, madam. I should just formally say, of course, for the sake of appearances, that with Mr. Feltham's evidence, that does conclude the council's case, of course, with the exception.
With the exception of Mr.
Yeah.
Scott, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I should have done that earlier.
Thank you. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Price, you are David Price. You're a chartered landscape architect, member of the Landscape Institute. You're a director of Highland Edgar Driver, landscape architect. You've got 25 years of experience. Sorry, a bit of an echo. Turn the volume off. You have 25 years of experience working on a variety of residential mixed-use, large infrastructure projects in the UK and overseas. In your proof of power 112, you gave some history about Highland Edgar Driver and how the firm's worked on a number of urban residential schemes in London and high-profile projects, including Heathrow Airport, Battersea Power Station, 2012 Olympic Stadium. And you describe how the appellant instructed you to provide landscape consultancy advice on the scheme. Are all those details correct?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Just use this. Just use this.
Okay.
Keep that off. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Price. We're going to take your evidence as read. I just want you to take the inspector through your evidence according to a number of headings that I'm going to set out for you, if that helps you, ma'am. What we need to do is take out your proof, first of all, please, and go to the landscape master plan at the back of that. Ma'am, the proof is CD95. And we have the master plan at the back of the appendix. And we just need to read that in the context of the table as well that you have prepared within the proof, which is at internal page, excuse me, 18, table 3. We've looked at it already in the context of other evidence of the inquiry. With that table in mind, can we just go to the landscape strategy, and can you briefly take the inspector through how you marry up the measurements in your plan with what is shown on the landscape strategy itself, and explain what is in each of those areas, the quality of provision, please.
Right. So I think it's important to say that when we started the design process, we looked at and considered the physical context and local character of the development. The site itself is dense and urban, but it is set within this suburban townscape, which contains a number of large parks, which have the sort of extensive amenity facilities. So if we look at the plan, all the various areas are labelled up. Level 1 is the ground level landscape, which is a mix of public realm and private landscape. Level 1 is the boundary landscape that surrounds the sort of northeastern edge of the site. It's got these big mature trees that are TPO'd, so they're protected for their public amenity value, and they will offer visual amenity to the residents on level 2 and coming into T1. Beneath that, the soft landscape will be planted up with native trees and shrubs and enhanced as part of the urban greening. Also around T1 is the sort of entrance plaza and drop-off space that will be sort of refreshed to make it an attractive and enjoyable doorstep space for T1.
Mr. Price, you're looking at still your area 1 and within the landscape strategy, is that right?
That is correct. Sorry, Mark. It's the coloured area that is to the top right of T1 that I'm talking about at the moment.
Yeah, I'm there. Thank you.
Thank you. So that'll be a space for people coming and going from the building, meeting friends, waiting for car shares, that sort of thing. Also at ground level is a pocket plaza. That is the space between T2 and T3 facing onto the Broadway. Yes, it is a public space, but it has permanent seating. There could be a space for a small play area. It will be used by the residents as well. So the main space is this rather lovely and grand level 2 plaza, which is the sort of communal amenity space for the residents. And I have to say, this is the largest one I've designed in the UK.
I think Mr. Taylor said about 100 metres or so in length. Can you just give the inspector a sense of how big it is in your experience?
That's correct. I mean, at about 109, 110 metres long and 22 plus 4 metres wide. I mean, it's not quite a football pitch, but it's a very large space indeed. And I felt quite privileged to be able to design it. So if we look at the sort of sub areas, and it's important to remember that this is one big space. It's safe and secure, overlooked. Everything in this space will flow together. So running through the sort of uses and things that are described in here. So area 2A, some of these have been talked about this morning in Mr. Feltham's cross-examination, but I'll just try and run through them quickly. 2A is a play space for predominantly 5 to 11 year age group, although other age groups will be accommodated. It consists of 2 bowl-shaped areas, the left-hand one containing a sort of big multi-play system, and the other one left open. There'll also be some individual play items dotted around throughout that area and up onto the raised areas behind. The wide range of play, swings, climbing, balancing, and also with those sort of big multi-play spaces, you have these intimate spaces for friends to meet and chat, because play is all about learning social skills and developing your motor skills as a child. Around the 2 bowls, we've got this sort of sculpted landforms. They'll be up to 1.5 metres high. They'll have steps up the slopes that form the bowl, and we've introduced 2 gentle ramps to allow for children in wheelchairs with their carers to be able to get up to the upper levels, and then they can have a bit of fun sort of zooming down those slopes. The level changes and slopes will make the play space more challenging, but in a safe and a good way. But this is a play space for the sort of middle-aged children, so you need it to be a little bit more demanding. We will look at introducing larger pieces or sort of more robust pieces of play in the single pieces dotted around, just to allow parents to actually play with their children, and allow older people to use it for fitness and active aging when the children are off at school. Seating will be provided for parents and carers to watch the children and to allow them to socialise between themselves. And then finally in this area, you'll see from the sort of speckled darker areas, we've got these beds of robust planting and with trees.
Thank you very much. So that 2A, should we move on to 2B, please?
Sorry. 2B is again another play space, but it's for the younger age group. So it's got the same sort of multi-play systems, and it's surrounded by sort of Teletubby type sort of landscape. Now that is if you like partnered up with an area of internal play, which is 2D. in the sort of bluish colour that we have on the level 2 of T1, the T1 building. And these two spaces will work together to provide a year-round play provision for this younger age group that's in a consistent location, very important for these children. And it'll give an internal space with it that will be useful when weather's inclement. And by that, I don't just mean cold and wet, I mean when it's absolutely too hot and it's challenging for young children to play outside. Internally, we'll have soft play areas and things like that.
Sorry, go on.
There's additional play equipment dotted around the sort of circular walk at 2C, and that's whilst parents are sitting chatting in the seating areas, they've got something to keep the toddlers busy. And then 2A is the sort of final age group of play provision. This is play space for the 12 to 17 year age group.
Sorry, is that 2A or 2D?
Sorry, 2E.
Okay.
2E. So we're looking now on the left-hand side of the drawing where we've got the semicircular space with the pergola over the top of it and the seating around it. That is going to be the sort of existing car ramp that runs up to the car deck at the moment, which is being reappropriated for this space. That in this age group, local sort of doorstep play, I mean, it's used for younger children, but it's more about social interaction with physical activity, generally taking place in parks and countryside spaces sort of away from home. So this age group's got its own seating and congregating area away from the main amenity space. It's the youth shelter in SPD speak. It's got the pergola over it with the climbers, which is part of the urban greening factor sort of contribution. But the pergola and the dome in the middle provides some interesting chances to get a bit of climbing into that and actually put a bit of active play in for this sort of age group. Obviously, the scheme is predicting there's only going to be 17 youths for this space, and when it's not being used by then, it can easily be used by adults. So 2F. 2F is the rest of level 2. It consists of a circular walk that runs around the Travelodge building. The walk's 250, 300 metres long, and is sort of wide enough for joggers to pass non-joggers. The walk opens out into wider spaces that can be used for meeting, yoga, or keep fit classes. And then 2I, which is included in the 2F measure on table 3, is an area of allotment beds, and to the right of it, the rectangle there is a greenhouse. So that's to allow residents to actually garden, grow fruit and vegetables and things like that, which I think is really important these days. Behind it, we have the sloping bank, southwest facing and sunny. It can be used for seating, but it's also for just running around, rolling down and clambering over. And then the final space in 2F is between T2 and T3. Now here we have new concrete deck that I can put more loading onto. So we've got a raised area of lawn, sort of wildflower lawn, so it's got biodiversity value, and a couple of trees and some benches there, so you can sit and look at the world go by on the Broadway. Other elements on the plan are 2G, which is the remainder of the internal amenity space. So that is level 2 on building T1. That's on the right-hand side of the deck in that bluish colour. We have 2H, which are these privacy strips around the Travelodge to just sort of separate the amenity space from the hotel windows. That will have an extensive green roof along it, so that'll be wildflowers and things for biodiversity, but it will also have, there's a sort of a darker edge to it, a climber trellis system which will screen views from the amenity space and into the potentially, or avoid them in the hotels. Balconies 2, level 2 is shown with this sort of, it looks like decking on this around T2 and T3, but there's obviously more of those. So Mr. Taylor's picked up on that from his presentation. And then finally, as we go up the plan, level 13 and level 17 have a combination of a small play area for the 0 to 4s. We're assuming that the 5 to 12s can work their way down onto the level 2, so they don't need provision up there. And then amenity space for residents to enjoy the views, just sit amongst the planting, and a slightly larger area if they want to get together for drinks or something like that.
Okay, thanks very much. Just while we are orientating yourselves, the areas that you've identified as 2G, the amenity space level 2, the hotel planting 2H, and the T1, the ground level hard and soft landscape, where we started with your walk around the site, as well as the pocket plaza. Just to be clear, have you included those in the calculation that you've carried out for the purposes of considering policy?
No, I've not. And on the table, you will see those as the sort of bottom 4 columns.
Okay, thanks very
clearly
much.
Identified.
But again, possibly we'll come back to this later. Actually, let's go back to the table, and can we just make one correction? I think to a measurement in your proof, just so the inspector is absolutely clear. If we go to paragraph 3.1.9 of your proof on page 6, you have a measurement in the first line of 608 square meters per area 2A.
Yes, I do.
Is that right?
No, I'm afraid that is incorrect. The table is right, so this 608 should read 584. Okay,
thank you very much. Okay, so we have the table there, and one can see the areas not included in the calculation above, and then we can also see in the table the extent to which you've relied upon, you call it an overlap. I think crossover might be a term we can use as well. Can we just deal briefly with this issue, and please, given the time, I don't want you to take out the document in question, but if you can give any references that the inspector needs for the purpose of her note. Can you just explain the approach to multifunctionality that you take as far as its provision is concerned, Mr. Press?
Okay, so multifunctionality of communal recreation amenity spaces is a concept that's described in the Play and Informal Recreation SPG. Now that's, you referred to it earlier today, but that's CD 519. And it demonstrates how you can optimize these amenity spaces, particularly for sites like this, which are dense urban sites, overlapping the play requirements with the amenity space requirements. So particular references I'd like to draw the inspector's attention to you are the statement that multifunctionality is the optimum design solution for play and recreation spaces, which is on page Roman numerals V1. And also, creating multifunctional space should be specifically addressed in calculating the appropriate provision, which is in section 4.25 on page 57. These are the hard copy page numbers. And then finally, where open space is genuinely playable, the open space may count towards the play space provision. And that is section 4.31 on page 58.
Very much. And to what extent have you taken the principles of that approach when designing the scheme, and why?
Well, it's one of the central sort of design approaches in the document, and it's formed the core of our approach to this.
Okay, let's move on to internal play, the next subheading, please. Just explain I think you've done this in part, but again, the justification for it, please. Can you just explain what you've done?
Okay, well, again, as part of the SPG, so 519, it considers that a mix of internal and external play is acceptable for the 0 to 4 years. Well, it says 0 to 5 years age group, actually. And that's highlighted on page 20 and also in section 4.32 of the SPG. And it isn't just that it's acceptable. We think that it's better for it. The scheme is stronger for it.
Thank you very much. And we've already looked at areas of amenity that aren't included in the calculation. What view do you take? What approach do you think the inspector should take to these, reaching an overall view on this issue about amenity space provision, whether or not there's regarded as being a shortfall in the council's approach?
Well, these add to the amenity value of the site. They may have been discounted by the council in their deliberations on the application, but they have real value to the residents in varying degrees.
Thank you very much. Now, before we move on to look at the amenity space policy and the core strategy and policy guidance, I just want to pick up on a few points that Mr. Felton raised in his evidence, because again, we don't need to take out the proof, but in his evidence, by reference to paragraph 13.7 on page 18 of his proof, he considered the outdoor communal amenity space, play space, and private amenity space a total around 4696 square meters, and not what we have said it would amount to. And as we understand it, he's taken issue with some areas of the master plan counting towards your provision. Now, can we just deal with some of his points, please? I think, first of all, there's a general point taken with, it seems, the inclusion, at least, of some parts of 2F on the grounds that you're looking at some circulation space. What view do you take about whether that element of 2F should be included within the amenity deck, first of all?
Well, circulation space is a very important part of amenity provision. People enjoy walking. Children, this would be ideal for toddlers to learn to cycle on. To discount that as part of the amenity value of the deck is, is wrong.
I think as well, Mr. Felton made reference to the two white buildings that are shown in the vicinity of the allotments. Again, just explain what approach you took to.
Okay, so the right rectangular shape next to 2B, that is a greenhouse. So that's important for the year-round use of the allotments for growing on seedlings and things like that, getting ready for the next year. That has been included in the measure. It's almost square, the shape next to the 2I. That is the top of the circulation core. That has not been included in the measure.
Thank you. I think there was reference as well to the covered area between North Point and T1. That should be, what approach do you take?
Well,
to that?
because that is part of the circular walk, I have included that in the measure.
Justified in your view?
It is what connects the circular walk. Yes, it is covered, it is glazed, you can walk straight through it. It's not sort of part of the two buildings next to it. They are separated off by their own set of doors.
There was reference made to defensible space as well. I think may have been a reference to in the vicinity of the hotel. I know you haven't included the 2H measurement, but insofar as any wider references being made to areas around the building, particularly the hotel at level 2, again, to see any justification for excluding any of that space from your measurements?
Well, 2H has been excluded, even though it sort of adds to the overall amenity value of the deck. So we've not included that in the other spaces. Run close up to the building, they're not overlooked, and they can be used by the people on the amenity deck. So that's why I have included them.
I'm not sure of the points made about 2E, but again, any justification for that 2E area being?
No, I see that as a really interesting opportunity to give something more for the 12 to 17-year-olds to play on.
Right, let's move on then, please. Next heading is the let's just call this flexibility and amenity space policy. And again, I don't want you to take out the documents given the time, but can you explain what approach you have taken as to whether or not there's any flexibility in the way the policy should be applied in the core strategy and the SPD? Please?
Okay. Well, I mean, again, this was picked up earlier on in Mr. Feltham's cross-examination, referring to the policy guidance and stating that the sort of physical context and the character of the development is a consideration. I mean, very much so. It's essential. These dense urban sites, it's always more of a challenge to find green space, amenity and play space in those. And we've always used the approach of this multifunctionality on these sorts of sites to maximise and optimise our design approach because of that. But I think it's very clear from the policy guidance that there is flexibility in that, and from the cross-examination earlier. And really, I don't believe that RBKT have actually applied this to the scheme, and I think it's a material consideration.
Thank you. Next subheading, please. Other public spaces. Now, I think in your evidence you refer, as far as the wider context of the site is concerned, to Alexander Park and Court Farm Field. I know this is a point that was raised by Mr. Feltham as well. Can we just go back to page 4 of your proof, please? There you set out the location of Alexander Park as well as Tolworth Court Farm Field and Sports Field, first of all. And if we take them in turn, Alexander Park, do you know how big Alexander Park is roughly?
Well, it depends if you have the entire record or just the park. I believe the whole sort of area is 16.5 hectares, and the park itself on this side is about 6.5.
Okay, and what's in? Well, the inspector was seen it. Let's not dwell on that. And we'll see the distance that's identified on the plan there. We have Tolworth Court Farm Field as well. I think Mr. Felton raised a point about where you'd have to walk to get access, in particular to play space. But can you just give your general view on how this space should be approached, particularly how long it takes, or how far it takes, and how long it takes to get to an area of public accessible space as well as play space?
Yeah, I think. I mean, to me, this is a really important and interesting space. It's rare that you get a block of countryside in an area underneath within the London plan area. And because of that, when it talks about play, it doesn't really talk about these sort of wild spaces and things like that. The play spaces are all about something that's natural-like and things. I mean, this offers a great opportunity for play space for older children. It offers a great opportunity for amenity space. Where else can you have a 9-minute walk and be in the countryside? You can keep the entrance to Court Farm Fields is clear off the main road.
Let's just to help the inspector. If one's looking at your figure 1, I think Mr. Felton took the point that if you're looking, I think it was in particular for children's play space or younger person's play space, you're actually going to be looking at an area that's off this plan. But if one is walking from the site, I think you said it was a 9-minute walk, you just explain to the inspector by reference to the markings on the plan where you're going to access and what you're accessing and get there.
Okay, so if we head south east along the dotted line along the main A road, and we come all the way out to the 600-metre circle. So we're on the edge of the crosshatched area of the Court Farm Fields sort of complex. The entrance is just a little way further down along the sort of main road there. It's pretty close to the corner of that. I'd say it's about, I don't know, 700 metres, something like that. Depends where you are on Tolworth
And what
Towers.
are you getting into when you arrive there?
You walk over the top of that and you drop down. There's a sort of an embankment between you and the road. It's all planted, and you're in the countryside. And that's in terms
of local nature reserve. Is that right?
It is a local nature reserve. A great place to walk your dog and things like that.
What about play space? I think.
Well, I think it's only fair to say that we've looked at what's here as an entire package, and we've made sure that we've provided enough play space for all of the age groups, yes. But the younger age groups in particular have got a fabulous play space offer on the site, and that's where it should be. It should be close to home. The youngest age group, you have this term doorstep play space, and that's what we've provided.
So to what extent are any concerns expressed, Mr. Felton, if they be that, relating to play space in particular in Tolworth Court Farm Fields, to what extent are they sustainable in your view?
Well, they're not. I mean, he's trying to turn a fabulous opportunity into a negative.
Okay. I think you said it was roughly a 9-minute or so walk to there. And we'll come back to Alexander Park in a moment. But again, you see the route to get there as a major disincentive or barrier in a London context?
In a London context, no. You've got the Greenway, so you can get over the A3, and all of the crossings are with controlled. And the footpaths and pavements next to the roads are wide, often segregated with a strip of grass in between you and the traffic.
Okay, and as for Alexander Park, again, I think we've given distances and times for getting there. What you said about Alexander Park?
Well, again, it's another straight and obvious route. Which is a good thing in terms of what the the guidance offers. It's on good wide routes. There are all but one of the crossings is controlled. And the one that isn't controlled is a single lane road that in some very recent highway upgrades has had a splitter lane put into it. And I just thought when this came up in the sort of rebuttal, I actually went out there during the sort of school run just to see how small children, because there's a Catholic school on the corner by Yule Road, just how children were sort of walking around and using that space. And these are infant children, and they were using the crossings, many with their parents, but a good number without. And there appeared to be no problems there. So I'm just assuming that if all of those highway upgrades have been taken into consideration, the council's happy with the road crossings.
Thank you very much. And so you mentioned the Greenway, the inspector will have seen that on site. I just want to pick up one final point here before we move on to a few discrete final points that have been raised by the council. The play and informal areas, SPG, in the London plan, it has within it a table dealing with public open space categorisation. Do you have access to that table? It's in CD 519.
I do, thank you.
And can you just indicate, given the size and the distance of both Alexander Park and the Court Farm Fields areas, I mean, how, in a very general term, just to give the inspector an idea about the council's points on accessibility and so on, I mean, how do these areas sort of fit in the public open space categorisation table 2.1 in CD 519?
Yeah, well, you've got the sort of the hierarchy with the sort of regional parks at the top and dropping down to sort of pocket parks down at the bottom. These sites, in my view, are at least district parks. I mean, you could arguably say that the Court Farm Fields complex, the Court Farm Fields itself is 45 hectares. Then you've got another chunk of sort of reserve on the other side of the road. These are big spaces. So they're sort of sitting in the district parks. I'm sure people could argue that the Alexandra Park complex at 16.5 hectares is somewhere between local parks and open spaces, but it's a big district park, really.
Okay, thank you. Again, we've seen in the cross-examination earlier on today the approach taken by the council in the Surrey House decision. Now, obviously, as I said at the time, different case. Fairfield Gardens, obviously very different in the Kingston context to here. But as far as the council approach of taking into account access to other provision in circumstances where, on their view, there is a shortfall in amenity space provision, how would you apply that principle to this case, given Alexander Park and Tolworth Court Farm Fields?
Well, from the table, it's very obvious that they are within range.
Thank you very much. Now, just before we go on finally the topic of urban greening, I just want to pick up a couple of discrete points that have been raised in the evidence. I think Mr. Felton raised a point which I don't think he pursued in his own evidence in chief to a great extent, but it is in his written evidence, where he talked about the lack of any real grass making the area less inviting for people to use. Do you accept that?
No, I don't. We've got play areas and informal play spaces around them. It's entirely right that they should be covered in rubber play surfaces for the sort of the protection from falls. I've worked on schools and seen other schools where artificial grass is used for these informal sort of recreation spaces in schools. And I'd also say that I see more and more people using artificial lawns at home, both for the front lawn and the back lawn. So I don't see it as an absolute no-no. And I'd also like to point out that we do have some real grass on the site. So in that area between T2 and T3, where I referred to the sort of the wildflower lawns.
Okay, thank you. And you'll have heard evidence yesterday from Mr. Felton about the quality of the play space in terms of microclimate, daylight and sunlight and so on. Particular point was made about wind and the issue that we've got some standing entries for areas of the space. I think briefly, can you just explain to the inspector how the microclimate assessment work of daylight and sunlight was fed into the work that you have done in designing the space, and whether you accept any criticism of the quality of the play space given the standing results that Mr. Felton refers to from your perspective as the designer.
Okay. Well, I think it's fair to say that I attended 3 of the wind assessment workshops with Ruth Stilton is coming along later on to give her evidence with that. And there was very much a sort of an interactive, iterative approach to the design there. And I mean, although there are, I mean, she will confirm this, although there are strollings, what should we say, areas designated for this, they're very marginal. In terms of play and strolling, it is strolling is plenty good enough. Children will be active and running around. Even the sort of shady areas, they'll still be fine for playing at all times of the year. And on hot sunny days, I would imagine the shady areas are the places where the children will want to play.
A particular point was raised about a location within the area of larger green space, just towards the southern end, and a standing entry there again. But in your experience as a designer, do you see that as an issue at all?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I mean, these again, it's an active space. People will sit there when they want to. The children, as children are, will run around, and no, there's no issue.
Now, let's deal finally, please, with urban greening.
Mm-hmm.
We have a document that is actually Mr. Stanley's energy rebuttal, given the way these issues began to work out. But at Appendix G to his rebuttal is a document that considered vertical greening. So it's Appendix G of CD 950. Take that out very briefly, please. It's the last topic we'll cover. And again, without reading out the documents, can you just explain what you have done to examine whether or not vertical greening could form a component of any assistance as far as the urban greening factor is concerned, please? I think you've dealt with climbers, for example, and green walls. Just explain briefly to the inspector what you've done and why you think that's the extent of what could be achieved.
So this was in response to Mr. Maguire's rebuttal. He sort of claimed that we hadn't made enough of an effort, I think, and we'd sort of missed opportunities. Now, there's a previous scheme which has shown climbers coming down from a ground level position to grow up a new building and through these fins. Now, that may have been possible for that scheme, but we don't have that situation in our scheme.
Just a pause there, Mr. Price. I think if I can help. Mr. Maguire referred to the resolution to grant scheme from 2015. Mr. Maguire referred to the resolution to grant scheme from 2015, and he looked at the design and access statement for that scheme at CD 71C, pages 72 to 73. Is that what you're referring to?
Indeed, yes.
Okay, so again, in the interest of time, without taking that out, can you just explain to the inspector what approach you take to that piece of evidence, please?
Well, as I was saying, that is a scheme, a different scheme to our own. It did have connection with the ground, so you are or would have been able to plant climbers in the ground there and grown them up to the building. In our scheme, where we've got the overhang from the building, we've got this double height space from the ground to anywhere that the climbers could connect to. So we'd have to put some sort of trellis in between. That would block access to the building all around. I can't see M&S wanting to have a trellis screen in front of their building. There's also the requirement to find some space to actually plant the climbers into. And I mean, if you sort of look at my plan, you'll see that sort of margin around the building. If anybody's still got it open, you'll see how it drops down onto areas of circulation, roads, and paved areas. And there just aren't spaces where we can actually squeeze in planters to get the climbers growing up, other than arguably where we've got the sort of car ramp on the left-hand side, that semicircular space, and that's planted with climbers already.
Okay, so again, just going back to your main document, Appendix G, just explain to the inspector why we think or why you consider there's not much more, if anything, that can be done.
Right. Okay. The other sort of option with vertical greening is the use of green walls, and we've used a green wall in the plaza because that's the right sort of place for it. I've gone around the rest of the site here and looked at any of the sort of walls we've got available to us, and found one. It's rather tucked out of the way. It's in the northeast corner of the site, facing onto I think it's Tolworth Close. So there is a little bit of opportunity there. Although I would sort of raise the proviso that these walls are very intensive. They require an awful lot of management and maintenance. And they do occasionally go wrong. And when something's tucked out of the way there, it's difficult for somebody to sort of keep an eye on it, which is why it's a great thing for the plaza. And yes, at a push, we could put another one in there. As for the rest of it, where we've got the sort of narrow slits of concrete behind the rills, the fins, sorry. There's a whole host of reasons why that's not a good idea, the least of which is that I can't actually find a system that would fit between the fins. And then once that's in between the fins and growing, the depth is such that you wouldn't really get much benefit from it in terms of sort of visual benefit. So there's reasons why we've not proposed any further vertical greening.
I think there was reference made in the council's evidence to a guidance document on living roofs and walls from policy to practice at CD 8 14. Again, don't want you to take that document out, but can you explain to the inspector how you've looked at that document, or whether you've looked at it as far as climbers or green walls are concerned?
Okay, so it does talk about green walls and climbing plants in there, and it does have this sort of on page 9. There's a list of all the sort of significant benefits, things like surface water management, which I mean is entirely inappropriate to a vertical irrigated system. So there's no benefit there. There's biodiversity. It's for any sort of small walls, you've got tiny little sort of fragmented bits of habitat, if indeed they are habitats. So, you know, there's reduced benefit there. And there's a list of these things like urban cooling and health and well-being. And quite frankly, I can't see any great benefit to this.
I mean, as far as urban cooling is concerned, there was an angle to this, given Mr. McGuire mentioned it, but particularly on the plans that we've seen in Appendix G, again, any benefits here realistically?
Well, I think the Finns do it, don't they? They provide shade. I think it's going to be limited. You've got strips around the open ventilated car deck, so I'm not quite sure in those areas what urban cooling benefits you'll get. And then you've got some limited areas in between the windows around the rest of the building. So yeah, I think there's a limit to the benefits.
Very much, and I think the point was made that it wasn't clear whether we looked at all typologies under that guidance of living roofs and walls. In other words, we had looked everywhere where we could to see if green walls or climbers or something similar could be put. Have you considered that?
I have considered that, and I don't believe there's any other opportunities that I've not highlighted.
Thank you very much. You dealt with green walls. Is there anything else you want to say about climbers as another option?
I think I've said everything. I mean, that sort of double height trellis, open trellis. I mean, in my experience, it's very, very difficult to get climbers to grow that many meters with sort of air circulating all around it. So I know it's something that architects like, but whenever they come to me, I always try and persuade them not to do that, because in the end, you just end up with a few wispy green things and no real benefit.
Okay. Just finally, I think the result of your work said that you could, by increasing a green wall in the space we've identified, it would be 0.01 increase. Again, any material difference to what you'd already planned in your view?
Not really, no.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. That's my questions.
Thank you. Just finishing my notes there. Okay, I'm aware of the time. So
yes, ma'am. I mean, just to run past both yourself and Mr. Burton, what we want to do, obviously, the keys to complete Mr. Price and Mr. Lee tomorrow. I have to do some evidence in chief with Mr. Lee, and obviously my own friend has to cross-examine. The exact timings of that, obviously, in Mr. Burton's hands to some degree, but if it's going to help either him or you, rather than start cross-examination now, I'd be content to start a little earlier in the morning. If Mr. Burton is satisfied that we are likely to get through Mr. Price's cross-examination and then get on to Mr. Lee, I'd be prepared to start at 9 o'clock if that was
the issue that we have is that it hasn't been advertised.
Yeah, no, I'm afraid.
As such, so we wouldn't be able to do that, I'm afraid, because members of the public would then come on at 9:30 and we've already started. So,
well, madam, I mean, my learned friend says it's somewhat in my hands. Of course, I mean, I'm somewhat in his hands because I mean, it's happened with both the chiefs. New evidence, I mean, I have something to say when we actually close about something that might come up with Mr. Lee, so I need to put a marker down. But I suggest that we get going on Mr. Price now, if you're willing to sit a little bit later. But you'd better, if you are willing, first, you better tell me, madam, how much later you're prepared to sit, so I can try to look for an appropriate point.
I need 5 minutes to sort something out. I'm prepared to come back and then sit for half an hour, but no longer after that. So if we come back at 15:15 and then sit for half an hour, I know that won't finish your cross-examination, but at least it's a start.
What it will allow me to do, madam, is make a start, and then I can reflect on the new things that Mr. Price has said.
Okay.
Overnight.
Okay, let's do that then. So if I can adjourn then just for 5 minutes, so and just be back at 5:15 then. Thank you. If everybody is back or in the vicinity, I'm able to start back again now. Obviously, if not everybody's back, we will just wait. Are we all back? Brilliant.
I'm just checking the participants. Could I just need to, because Mr. Felton, I don't know how one tells. So is Mr. Felton here? I just need to make sure someone from the
That's
council
fine. I will wait until
Yes,
15.
I'm here.
He is. Thank you, Mr. Felton. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you then. I'll resume then. So Mr. Burton, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam. Mr. Price, good afternoon to you. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
I can. Good afternoon to you.
Great. Now, as you know, Mr. Price, I am here to ask you some questions on behalf of the council, the local planning authority. I don't believe, certainly for the purposes of today anyway, we've got about half an hour, that it should be necessary for you to have any additional documents to hand beyond those you've already referred to. Could I just check, are you working electronically for the core documents, or do you have a mixture in hard and electronic?
It is a mixture, but I do have access to electronic documents.
Great. Okay. Well, that's good. Thank you very much. So I'll try to proceed by way of headings, so you and obviously Madam Inspector can follow as we go along. And I want to start, please, with amenity space and play space, and with the policy and the guidance. Now, obviously, Mr. Price, I'm not taking any point on. I don't think you're not. I believe, based on your qualifications, you're not a member of the RTPI. But I'm not taking any point on that, and we can all see what the policy and guidance says. So you've spent some time in your proof telling us what you think about it. Can we, just by way of a broad introduction to it, can we agree that the policy guidance matrix here is concerned with both raw quantity of outdoor amenity space and quality of outdoor amenity space, and that there's also discrete policy and guidance which we'll come to concerning play space? That's the broad picture.
I can agree to that, yes.
Thank you. So I want to start with the amenity space. As I say, I'll come on to the play space. So starting with the most recent part of the development plan, of course, which is the London plan, and you've already gone to this, but can we please take up policy D6? So that's, and I don't know, is this hard copy or electronic for you, Mr. Price?
I am going for electronic copy.
Okay. So that's electronic page 140 in CD53.
Yep.
It's document page 125.
It's just loading. So 1, 4. Right, I have that open.
Great, thank you very much. So going down the policy to F, at the first page of the policy, housing developments are required to meet the minimum standards below which apply to all tenures and all residential accommodation that is self-contained. So we see that, and then we see there's the long list, and we're not discussing obviously private internal space, but then we get to, on the next page, private outside space. You see that? And yeah, and just read the words. Where there are no higher local standards in the borough development plan documents, a minimum of 5 square meters of private outdoor space should be provided for 1 to 2 person dwellings, and an extra 1 square meters should be provided for each additional occupant, and it must achieve a minimum depth and width of 1.5 meters. And it obviously doesn't count towards gross internal space standards. And now, the first point about this, Mr. Price, I don't want us to overlook, can we agree that this is a requirement for private outdoor space for each dwelling?
Yes.
Yeah. and so that's that's for each and every dwelling, clearly, because you can't have a dwelling for less than one person.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, it states, of course, where there are no higher local standards. So it defers to higher local standards, if there are higher local standards, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
So let us go to local level, please, and take up the core strategy. So that's CD 5.4. And do you have that in hard copy or electronic?
Electronic.
Electronic. Okay. So electronic page 157, internal page 149 should get you to policy DM13.
Yes, I'm looking at policy DM13.
Great. Now, I don't want to, I don't think we need to take up time with DM10. So DM13, housing quality and mix. I'll just read it. In order to ensure that the housing delivered is of high quality and the most appropriate time, the council will expect proposals for new residential development to A, accord with the principles of good design as set out in policies CS8, DM11, and the residential design SPD, including the provision of appropriate amenity space and play space provision. Now, a couple of points. First point about policy wording. Of course, it expressly refers to the residential design SPD, expressly refers to amenity space. So that's the mechanism, isn't it, that brings the residential design SPD requirements into the core strategy, as it were.
Yes, and it also applies to play space provision as well.
Well, we'll come on to that. Certainly, this policy refers to play space, and I've got a point about that. But it's bringing the residential design SPD in, and so if we turn to the residential design SPD, and that's CD 516, and you have that electronically or in hard copy, Mr. Price.
Electronic again. I'm just whizzing through. Sorry, which page was it?
So I haven't given you a page yet. I want us please to go to internal electronic page 41, which is internal page 40, because this marries quite. It actually almost marries perfectly electronically and hard copy pages. This one.
Am I on 13 or 12?
Sorry.
Guidance.
Sorry. See. Right. No, you're at the right page. Page 40. You should see. Don't worry about policy guidance 12 concerning gated developments, but you'll see below that there's a heading planning for open space.
I have that. Thank you.
You see that?
Yep.
And we have, it might be said, some fairly uncontroversial propositions to kick us off. Residential development should be planned around providing safe and usable open space, and obviously no disagreement with that, I'm sure, Mr. Price. And various forms it may take. It continues in the paragraph: private communal gardens, children play areas, squares, green, so on and so forth, or indeed public parks. Talks about at the next paragraph, may be necessary to incorporate public open space. And next paragraph, various functions and so on. But I want to ask you about specifically 3.57. So it says there, when providing amenity space, the following will not be counted, and there's a list of bullet points, and we can see that they start with shared services and driveways, vehicle parking, cycle parking, and include footpaths in the list. So, and I'm going to highlight to you really shared surfaces, footpaths, as areas that the SPD says one doesn't count. Now, I imagine, Mr. Price, you will say, well, context is everything. But as a matter of principle, would you accept that there will be cases where context means you shouldn't count shared services, you shouldn't count footpaths?
Yes, I mean, you wouldn't count footpaths if they were sort of part of the pavement or something like that, but yes.
Now, again, talking purely in terms of ultimate generalities, what perhaps it might be said, this is saying by way of a general principle, is that just because one's got a space doesn't necessarily mean that it all counts. There may be bits that one doesn't count. And as a matter of principle, you'd accept that, I presume.
Yes, yeah.
Now, what we have after that, of course, in the SPD is then the specific treatment of private amenity space and then communal gardens and amenity space. After that, we have public open space, but we're not going to get into that. The private amenity space policy guidance, which is followed by the communal amenity space policy guidance, they interact, don't they? In that if you've got a shortfall.
Sorry, I've lost you a bit there.
Sorry, the policy guidance 13, private amenity space.
Yes.
And then policy guidance 14, communal amenity space, which is over the page. And I do apologize, Mr. Price. I might be going too quickly. Have you looked at these before?
I have looked at policy guidance 13, and I have looked at policy guidance 14 too. Yes.
Yes. No. Great. I've taken it from your proof that you had. So.
Always best to read it again, though.
Okay, if you need to read it again, absolutely, please do so.
That's fine. I've scanned through it. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The proposition I was putting to you, I don't think it's controversial, is that there's an interaction between them, in that if you can't hit target in policy guidance 13, then you have to make it up, as it were, in policy guidance 14.
Agreed. Yes.
Yeah.
That's my
I wouldn't. I'm not going to put things to you, Mr. Price, that are, well, obviously, I wouldn't knowingly put anything to you that's wrong. That's not how it works. Yeah. So, could we please take up? Can we take up the statement of common ground, please, so we can understand where we sit relative to that? So the statement of common ground, which I've now fantastically managed to lose the reference to. So that's CD 4.5. So the main statement of common ground. And do you have that in hard copy or electronic?
Electronic.
Well, if you turn in that, please, Mr. Price, to what should be page 18, both in the document and electronic, you should see paragraph 8.9.
Yes.
Yeah, great. Okay. Now, if you look down, please, that document, you will see that there's a number of Roman numeral subparagraphs, and that when we get to Roman numeral subparagraph 2, if you pick it up, then you'll see halfway through the paragraph, it gives a very potted précis of what the residential design SPD sets out, and you can see it talks about any shortfall being made up in communal open space provisions. You see all that?
I can, yep.
Yeah, and you see these words, the RBKT policy compliant amenity space requirement is 5,409 square meters, and that's an agreed position, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And can I be absolutely clear, Ms. Price, you're not resigning from that agreement, are you?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, thank you. So were you, I think you said you were, but were you here for all of the cross-examination of Mr. Felton, which was quite long?
No, I wasn't here for the entire, I've been here today. So I can't say that I've heard every part of it, no.
But you heard, did you hear all of his cross-examination today?
I was here for the play space section first thing.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure if you were here for this, but he was criticised in the course of cross-examination for not addressing in his evidence the question of whether or not constraints meant the figure produced by the application of policy guidance 13 and 40 should be other than what you get when you go through the figures in those policies. Were you there for that?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Would you agree that there's no reason for a witness to explain something that is agreed between the main parties, which this figure clearly is?
If it has been agreed, then I have to accept it as it is.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Now, I appreciate, and I need to note this, that down the page in the statement of common ground, at little after 3, where there's a discussion about the play space requirement, which is, and that's an agreed figure, of course, 1285 square meters. There's then little Roman 4, and it says this: given the above, including both the provision of amenity space and play space, it says now, and I think that is a completely erroneous and an RBKT policy compliant position would be 6694 square meters. It says whether the lower GLA level should be applied is a matter in dispute. Now, just first point, just quickly, I think, again, agreement about the total RBKT figure, correct?
Yes, agreed.
Yeah. Now, I'll come back to that in a moment, but this point about the lower GLA level, whether that should be applied, is a matter in dispute. Now, I picked that up because in your proof at 6.22, Mr. Price, you I mean, well, I mean, actually, I think we've probably already covered 6.22 actually, but you note there, don't you, talking about the 5409, that this figure is well in excess of what the GLA space requirements would be, which you set out at 2008-64. Yeah?
Yes, I do.
Now, can we just go? I just want to double check that we're not talking at cross purposes. Have you still got the London plan open at D6 F9 by any chance?
Yes.
Yeah, great. So some very short points on this. The first one is if one were applying that wording and applying its ordinary English meaning, because there are because for however many units in the Tolworth Tower, there is no private outdoor amenity space, there would be there's a clear policy conflict, isn't there?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, as discussed and as we've agreed, the London plan policy defers to higher local requirements. And you're not resigning from that agreement.
No, I'm not.
And we know that we've just been through the residential design SPD very, very briefly, but if you've still got that open at policy guidance 13, and you've said it in your proof at 6.22, clearly the private amenity space requirements in the local SPD are higher than what's in the London plan.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, but it has this escape valve, as it were, through policy guidance 14, which is communal space.
Yes, RBK policy does, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, I said I'd come back to the agreement at Statement of Common Ground, paragraph 8.9, little Roman 4, because, of course, what the parties have agreed is an RBKT policy compliant position would be 6694 square meters. And that, Mr. Price, is simple math. That's by adding the 5409 that's agreed to the 1285 that's agreed, correct?
Sorry, could you repeat that again, please? It's breaking up.
Is it? I do apologise. That's not my end. The parties have agreed in the Statement of Common Ground, as we can see, paragraph 8.9, little Roman 4, an RBKT policy compliant position would be 6694 square meters, and that's made up of the 5409 that's agreed and the 1285 that's agreed, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Now, you are not resigning from that, are you?
No, I'm not.
No. So when you say in your proof at 5.29, Mr. Price, you say neither policy DM13 nor the residential design SPT refers to impose separate requirements, you see, for play space, or appear explicitly to take into account the GLA play space requirements. See that? Now, have you, perhaps having heard my re-examination of Mr. Felton, where we had a look at what the London Plan 2011 said, have you therefore, in fact?
I'm sorry, I wasn't there for that.
Oh, you weren't there for that. Okay. Well, you're not resiling from the 6694. So I want to be clear that you're not suggesting that it's anything other than the proper approach here to take the 5409 and add the 1285 on top.
You're only taking one part of your policy in isolation. In terms of the play space requirement, you're relying on the London Plan. And see, there's a conflict here because the London Plan okay, this is a statement of common ground. It's been agreed, so yeah, I have to say yes to it.
Yeah. Well, look, I don't want Mr. Price to be in any way unfair, and you know, it's so important the inspector has your evidence, of course. Let me just explain to you how we see this, so you can perhaps see the building blocks. Just see if we can follow the chain. Now, we've got, as we can see in the SPD, we've got the discussion of private amenity space and communal space. Now, the SPD and the core strategy, they don't exist in a vacuum, do they? In the sense that they were prepared against the backdrop of, or under the framework of, a strategic plan, namely the London Plan 2011. Do you agree?
Agreed.
Yeah. And you may have been here for it, you may not. Mr. Felton was cross-examined on the basis that, well, this SPD, the residential design SPD, that can't be looking forward to a London plan requiring play space in 2021. But we looked with Mr. Felton in re-examination, you may have missed it, at what the SPG actually just helpfully reproduces was the London Plan 2011 policy concerning play space. And very short point, there was a play space policy, lo and behold, in the London Plan 2011. Do you agree?
I do agree.
And so there's no need, there was no need, and rightly so, for the borough to reinvent the wheel and itself have a play space policy, because that's covered elsewhere in the development plan, isn't it?
I believe that you are, well, you haven't taken the opportunity to develop your own play space policy. So you then, yes, you refer to the strategic level, so policy S4 in this case.
Yeah, well, but my point, just going a bit deeper than that, Mr. Price, is chronologically. Let me. You should have, if you haven't, you should be able to get it because you were taken to it. CD 519, which is the play and informal recreation SPG. So could you just get it up, please?
Yep, I have.
And that great. So that's a September 2012 document, and what you'll see. If you turn to electronic page 13 in that document, you should see reproduced the policy wording of policy 3.6 in the 2011 London plan. Do you see that?
I do. I'm reading it now.
Yeah, great. So I'll wait for you to give me a nod, Mr. Price.
Okay.
Yeah, great. So there was, when the core strategy is a 2012 document, the SPD is a 2013 document, there was already a specific place-based specific policy in the development plan already, wasn't there?
Yes, this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Or this was the guidance that applied to the policy.
Yeah. Good. Right. Okay. Thank you. So we've seen what the policy situation was. We've got the agreement on 6694, which you're not resiling from. And I think, Madam, that is an appropriate point to break, because it's 1:45 or just got 1:45, and I know you said you needed to stop now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, I would like to adjourn now. Just a reminder, Mr. Price, that you are under cross-examination, so you're not allowed to speak to anyone about the case at all, and until obviously you are finished as a witness. So thank you for that. Unless there is any updates that I need to know about, I will just adjourn until tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Madam, at the risk of opening a horrible can of worms, I did say I needed to mention something about Mr. Lee's chief and whatever my learned friend might have planned. Now, what he said what my learned friend said to Mr. Felton, as I heard it, was that he was going to ask Mr. Lee about what had been done by way of marketing with the brochures. Now, I have to say, I'm very concerned. I may be reading far too much into it, but what I took from that is that my learned friend planned to adduce in chief marketing evidence, which is what that would be on the face of it. And I'm very concerned about that, because clearly if there's marketing evidence, then my team needed to have seen it. And all I can say at this point is just put a marker down that that will be problematic, to say the least. And I would have to object if that was actually the plan.
Mr. Linus, anything you want to comment on that?
No, not at this stage, ma'am. Let's see what Mr. Lee's going to say in evidence. If the learned friend has an issue with it, I'm sure he'd say so.
Okay, that's fine.
We'll leave it there, but you've raised your marker, so we'll see what happens tomorrow. So thank you all, and I will adjourn for now and see you all at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.